is a professor in Ahmad Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Law, ICOL, and has been appointed as the Dean of CPS since June 2018. Okay, she will be speaking on IIUM as Universities of Choice for Postgraduate Students. Tafadhal mashkurah, Prof.
Let me get my slides on the screen first. I'm so sorry. I still have problem with this. A tab. Okay. Share. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm happy to be meeting some of you today. Is the slides on already? No? Up already? Not yet.
There is already slide, Prof.
Okay, there's already slides because I can't see the slides. That means I have to open up my own slides. Okay. I want to welcome all of you, the warmest of welcome to the Center of Studies Open Day. I know you are in the comfort of your home. Let's look at it in a positive manner, okay? All of us are at the comfort of our home, and you'll be wondering what you want to do for your future. And I know most of you have already completed your exam. The last paper was last Sunday. And then you start thinking, what should I do? You have a choice of looking for a job. You have a choice of trying to explore online opportunities or your own business. But you also have spare time. Now, that spare time, you can invest it in reskilling, upgrading your knowledge, having new degrees. And of course, once you completed your undergraduate degrees, the first choice or the first thing that comes out to your mind is to sign up for a PG program. That thought is something that come across to many students in this time of pandemic. Now, there are many newspaper columns questioning whether you should consider postgraduate during pandemic. And this is an issue not only in Malaysia, but around the world. Did you see the slide? Can you see? I've changed the slide.
No, Prof.
That's the thing.
We only see the email, your email, Prof.
My email? Why are you looking at my email?
No, because you are showing your email, not the slides.
Okay, I'm sharing a different thing. That means you should have told me earlier. Okay, let me see the tab again. No, I don't have it now. I always have a problem with this. It's here, it's in the screen. Okay, let me, like that, put it like that. Tab, no, cancel, present now, a window. Finally I got the right thing.
Okay, Prof, nampak dah. Tapi
nampak dah.
Besarkan sikit boleh?
Besarkan ya. Okay. Right. Nampak?
Okay.
Nampak
Slideshow, Prof?
Slideshow.
Bawah.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, okay.
So for students who have problem with technology, look at your professors who have even, worse time with all this technology. Okay. Now, I'm sure the first thing that crops out to your mind is what you want to do during your spare time. You will have a lot of spare time because you'll be, at home, doing most of the things at home. I'm sure you consider a postgrad during pandemic. We are still in the midst of pandemic. You're not quite sure when things are going to get better. We have been told that this year will be the same like last year. So you're basically doing most of your things at home. And this thought of whether you should be doing postgrad during pandemic is not something that us Malaysians think, but this is something that is global. Now, why do you need to take up PG study? Now with recession, restricted mobility, constraints in getting job, a lot of people losing jobs, there are not much job opportunities. You then need to develop new skills. You need to meet new people. I know online is not the greatest way to meet new people, but if you enroll into a program, you definitely make new friends and you meet new people, and that will be very good. It will enrich your experience. It will enrich your skills. You'll be able to get valuable experience, and on top of that, you'll be able to make yourself stand out. And now with pandemic, a lot of the courses are run online. So that gives you the flexibility to do whatever you have to do to earn income, to earn money, as well as enriching your knowledge. And that is the most important thing. So if you look at statistics around the world, you find that during this pandemic, the application to do PG programs have actually on the increase. And I remember 2 years back when Joseph Stiglitz was brought to Malaysia, I waited eagerly for his speech. He was brought down by Khazanah. And I remember he mentioned a very striking information or advice. He said, when times are bad, especially now, times are bad, you invest yourself in education. Because education gives you opportunities, and that opportunity is not only for a short-term period, but also for the long term. You gain in the long term. But of course, there are issues that will trouble you in making that option. Issues like safety, for example, and especially for those who are doing experiment in lab and they have to culture cells, plants and animals, there'll be safety issues. And there are a lot of constraints for scientific research, especially in this pandemic. But if you are thinking of social research, then of course there are still constraints, but you be able to overcome that constraints very easily. And so if we look at, if you Google in newspapers, we have all these write-ups, why now might be a good time to consider getting a master's degree, why now is the time to turn to further studies. And in fact, during the first MCO, I remember I forced my children to take all the online courses, be it, playing guitar, some of these apps in computer, either visual or arts, or take a different language, because you have a lot of time to spare. And instead of exhausting that time doing unnecessary things like playing game, I'm not saying playing games is not good, but playing games is good to unwind yourself. But you might as well think something which is more positive and more enriching to fill up your time. And so if you Google, there are a lot of messages from postgraduate around the world of their experience when they do research during pandemic. As you can see, there are many newspaper columns or write-ups saying that, PG university applications on the rise as the job market shrinks. And this is another piece of write-up that you can find on the internet as well. The pandemic and the turn to learning. But of course, like I mentioned, doing PG research during COVID-19 has a lot of challenge, and we can feel the exasperation and the anxiety that the students feel the last 1 year that we navigate this pandemic, when more and more SOPs are being brought into the picture, and you find that there's a lot of flip-flop in policy. One time the campus is open, another time the campus is closed, and even if it's open only for a short time. You have to follow so much SOP that students show their exasperation. But bear in mind that you're not the only one who is feeling that exasperation. We administrators also feel or having the same constraints, because we had to move online within 24 hours. And you can see I was still, struggling with how to share my slides on the screen, right? So, this kind of exasperation and anxiety is what do we say, experienced by both parties. So we really appreciate that, at this time we have to maintain calm, patience, perseverance, and that's the most important thing. And of course, I don't like talking to the screens, because I can't interact with you all. And I've 30 years of lecturing. I would rather have my students in front of me, because then I'll be able to interact better. And what more for the students, this sense of isolation and disconnection. And every time there's a new policy, you have nowhere to turn up to, because all you can do is just email or call our virtual line, and you won't be able to get the answer there and then. But bear with me that that feeling is not faced by you all alone, but also by us. So we are trying to resolve these issues. And access to research facilities limited. For example, for social science, you find that you cannot go to the library, and most of the academic libraries are belonging to academic institutions, and all these useful resources are locked up. And for those who are doing lab work, your plants are dying, your animals are dying, your cells are dying. And for those who are doing questionnaire, FGD as well, you find that it's quite difficult to approach people online. And so a lot of us end up with mental distress, and for the students as well, they do have financial hardship because they still have to make money. And for those doing with family and work, you'll find difficulty in terms of work-life and balance, But bear in mind that these are just challenges, and challenges are something that can be overcome. And inshallah, with perseverance and patience, you find that at the end of the journey, once you earn that PG degree, whether it's master or PhD, you will be overjoyed, you name it, because you won't be able to explain the feeling, because you've managed to overcome all the challenges. The most important thing is the support, and we at SPS, we try to be as supportive as possible. Take my word for it, we've always been supporting our students. We may not be there every second with you, in the sense that every time you send us a query, we answer to you promptly, because we also have tons of emails coming in, but we do take action on all the queries and all the response, and any seek for assistance. So we do have regular meetings. We have regular meetings through online. The most important for you is to have a realistic and achievable milestone. And one most important thing, even though you're working at the comfort of your home, do have a support group, friends, and that is very important. Be very active with our program in PGSS, because we have regular program, not only to enhance your research skills, but also some kind of motivational talk, so that you are always feeling on the move and wanting to move. So why IIUM? I don't think I need to stress so much on this, because you're all in UIA, but UIA is unique compared to other universities because of our focus on Maqasid Sharia and sustainable development. And in terms of research, you'll find that this will be translated more clearly, more vividly, and the type of research that we do is definitely much more different than the research is done in other universities. Right, I will spare all the mission statements and the Sejahtera Academic Framework, which I think most of you have seen. This Sejahtera Academic Framework was adopted in August last year. You'll find that instead of just looking at Islam as a sole goal, and you have multiple goals, but still moving towards, elevating Islam and practicing it and actualizing it, implementing it and operationalizing it. And so for a PG program, you'll find that now we have Islamization integration as the uni core. Of course, it's there for many, many years already, but it's good to be more enhanced. But the learning program objectives will be beyond just learning to know, but eventually to train you to become, right? To become. And we hope to see you more active in co-curricular activities. I know with a very hectic life you have, studying, making money, maintaining your family, the bit of spare times you have, come and join our co-curricular activities, because that will enhance your experience and very useful for you once you join the job market. And I'm sure you've seen these graduate attributes that we have now: Khalifah, Iqra, Amanah, and Rahmatan lil Alamin. Okay, just a bit of show of our student population. I have been trained in the UK. I did my master's in Cambridge and I did my PhD in London. What I like about London is that it's a very metropolitan university. We have students from around the world, and in the sense that, you know, I'll be able to interact with people from different parts of the world. I'll be able to understand their nature. I will be able to have a discourse with them. But if you look at UIA is exactly that. It's a melting pot. Because if you look at the student population that we have now, it's like coming from 100 countries. Now, this is the time for you to, you know, mix with them, get to know their culture, get to know their thinking, their belief system, you know, because that will enrich your knowledge, because these are the type of experiential learning that you won't get in other parts of the world. So what I've been telling my students is that you don't have to go to London to experience this metropolitan environment. Come to UIA, you find that the atmosphere is like, you know what, like when you watch Star Wars, what you like about Star Wars, when you have different creatures, and these are all citizens of the, you know, the galaxy, all mixing together. This UIA is exactly that. You won't feel it so much in your undergraduate days, especially if you are in ICOL, because there are very few international students. But once you are at international, doing your PG, you'll find that, you know, the percentage of international students are a lot more, and that is very important for many reasons, not only for just for experience, and but also later if you want to start a business, you want to have a network, you find that you have this network of people around globally. And you take note that a lot of our students, international students, when they go back, they become leaders of their corporation, leaders of their organization, and leaders of their country. So it's a very enriching environment, and a lot of potentials. So in terms of growth, you know, the number of PG populations have been increasing. And of course, we have been affected because of pandemic, you know, COVID-19. A lot of students are not able to come to UIA physically, but now we have started our remote program, and we want to be able to retain having international students, but they can do their research in whatever parts of the world. But the most important thing, why you want to do PhD in UIA. The first part of my talk, I talk about why you engage in PG program, right? Why you need to invest in getting a second degree. Now the second part is why you need to do it in UIA. If you go to promotion program in different universities, they will show the number of professors they have, you know, the number of publications they have produced, the number of research projects that they have. Now, everybody knows that UIA is not ranked highly because we don't want to go into the ranking games. And because we don't support this ranking game, so we don't get very high ranking, because the data that they get is the data that they get indirectly, you know, from network, from the internet, not from us. So it's not because of our doing that we are in the low ranking, but because of our undoing, the fact that we are not directly participating in the ranking. That's the reason why, you know, our rank is low. But don't take ranking as the main criteria for you to join UIA. Take the fact that, you know, UIA has produced luminaries, exceptionally outstanding alumni that becomes ministers, you know, leaders of organizations, leaders of corporations. The kind of, you know, thinking, attributes, character of the people that we produce is the most important thing. We sharpen their mind, we sharpen their attributes, we sharpen their personality. That's the most important thing. But if you want to dwell into our publication output, there you can see we do produce quite a lot of publications. We have quite outstanding research projects, if that's the one that you are going into. But most important thing, of recent, we have a few awards, we are not that successful in enrolling that many scholarships, but we do have, right? We have the Sejahtera Award, but this is only applicable for students who are already starting their program, and they can only apply in the second year or third year. One Omar can attest to that. He has already, won an award.
Alhamdulillah, I get
Alhamdulillah,
one
One Omar. Congratulations. I'm so happy. That's why you should become our ambassador, right? All right, and of course we have this CARE Award, but this is for GRA, Graduate Research Assistant, in a MOHI research project. And of course we have now Imtiaz Scholarship again, because our endowment is very small. This is from endowment. It is only, this is a full scholarship. It's only for 1 PhD and 2 masters, but this is for award winner. And we are trying hard to get more scholarships. We have Jamalul Lail, and we have all kinds of other classes. But the most important thing, make use of the online classes, right? These are new offer for remote supervision, and make use of the tuition fee reduction, but only for international students. For local students, you get discount in terms of your activities fees and your mahala fees, because you are not staying in mahala. And after all, the fees for social science students, local, it's not that great. Anyway, I leave to the kind of programs to the representative from the Kulliyyah. And with that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. And please feel free to come to our virtual counter. I know you still have to queue to speak to a person, but bear with us. We will try to respond to you as promptly as possible. And with that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Ida. But maybe we just have one question in the chat box here. It says, Salam, Prof. Ida. I am interested to know about postgraduate grading system in IIUM. I noticed the bar set for A grade is 85% and above. I had checked other universities such as UM, UKM, UPM. They set 80% as A. May CPS clarify on this, as I find hitting 85% to get A is a bit too high. Thank you.
I think the reason why it's set at 85 is because according to MQA requirement, to get a pass for a master program, it has to be a B. With a B, right? And to get a B, you need to get what? 70, I think. But you have to note that we also have A minus, not only a full A, right? So to get an A minus, you need to get what, 75 according to undergraduate. For postgraduate, I can't remember already. 80.
Yeah.
80, right? 80. Yes, 80. So 85 is to get a full A, 80 is to get A minus. And you'll find that if I look at my students' transcripts, in terms of CGPA, there's not much difference between A minus and A. Not much difference. And if you feel that A is a bit too high for you, then you should try to get A minus. A minus is equally beautiful, put it that way. Yes. Any more questions?
Okay, Prof. Another one
Salam.
is from Sister Ainin. Salam, Prof. Ida. I have question. Is there any discount for IIM staff who wants to further study for PhD?
IIM staff, I believe so, right?
Yes, 50%. 50%.
50%, yes. And even for IIUM staff children as well.
Yes,
yes,
that
Maswa?
one. That one for children or dependent, it will be based on the salary of the staff.
Salary of the staff.
Yes.
And I think even for international staff, when I look at it, it's quite nice discount, beautiful discount. I mean, they treat you like local, basically, if you are international staff. Yes. Okay. Any more questions?
And one Omar, maybe this is the last question. One Omar is asking, may I know when can we do prerequisite in PhD courses, or the subject is automatically there in academic structure? I think it's already in the academic structure.
Yes.
For PhD is 2 subjects, right, Prof?
Yes. Yeah. Right. Any more questions?
I think that's all for now. We will convene shortly at 9:30 for Dr. Fiham
There's a
speech.
question on, will international student get approval for accommodation?
This one you have to refer to the mahalla because they have right now they have this online registration or online booking of accommodation. Once you book, they will inform you of the availability of rooms. I was informed that there are around 500 rooms for postgraduate available during this semester. So I think there will be no problem for you to secure an accommodation for this semester.
There shouldn't be any problem because many locals are not staying in Mahallah now.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, there's a question now. I applied for change of program. Do I have to wait for new offer letter before registering today or can proceed with registration? Yes, Maswa?
Proceed with online registration first, then we will talk about the change of program.
Okay, all right. Now, Wan Umar, I come across with the nomination of evaluation of PG best student, but when I go through the form, only ask for number of paper publication and COCO and volunteerism activities. Oh, you're talking about our imtiaz. Wan Umar? Oh, Wan Umar. Are you still here?
I think every year they will nominate one for the award during the
Oh, you're talking
competition,
about the
right?
award winners. Oh, there's another
Yeah.
committee. There's another committee that sits on nomination award winners. Of course, CPS sit in the committee, but the nomination must come from your kuliah. Your kuliah will choose the best students, and there are certain criteria.
They asked us to fill in the form, but then when I found out the form is only there is room to fill in the space for the number of publications. We do not have to list down the curriculum activities and also the volunteerism, because I feel unfair to those my friends who commit themselves to the volunteerism.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
the
oh yeah,
sewing
oh yeah.
PPE and everything.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's
But
why.
we also have a nomination or an award for those who are active in volunteerism. There are different type of awards, Wan Umar. It's not only one. The best in research, the best in volunteerism, in COCO, the best. So perhaps for your friends, it's just filling up the right award.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Ida.
Yeah.
Now
There's
it's
another question
already
here. Please consider distinction award for first class master with above CGPA 3.7. You're talking about imtiaz, is it? Who is this MJ, LMJ?
I think we can answer it through the chat
All right,
box.
okay.
And then
We'll ask it through the chat. Okay.
it's already 9:30, so we are going to start with our next session. Thank you so much, Prof. Ida, for the
Thank you. Bye-bye. I wish to
Okay,
see you
thank
in
you.
person. Okay?
Thank you so
Hope to
much.
see you in person. Okay, bye.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Okay, our next session, our second speaker today is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fiham Mat Ghalib. He is the Deputy Dean, Academic Planning and Scholarship Center for Postgraduate Studies. Okay. I can say that he has given this talk so many times to the kuliah, so he is kind of an expert in this area. So he will enlighten us on the students' research journey. Silakan Dr. Fiham.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all. Respected Dean of CPS, Professor Dr. Ida Madiha, the administrative staff of CPS, the academicians, as well as students of IIUM. I believe all of you students from the IIUM. Okay, I have been given about less than, I think, about an hour and half an hour time to share things pertaining to the research in IIUM. about half an hour or maybe about 45 minutes. Okay. I got to be very brief in talking and sharing this information to all of you. In viewing that most of you, I think a majority of you are from IIUM, I believe, then and you know and you understand how IIUM, the academic system of IIUM works. Okay, in particular at UG level or maybe at master level, those who are doing master and about to complete their master programs. Okay. Let me share my screen first. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So in viewing of your research, doing research in this university, either at PhD or at master level, well, prior to enrolling as PG student in this university, you will observe that there are a couple of things that you need to understand. Okay, to consider. The first thing for those who are still doing UG and about to finish his UG program, as well as doing master and about to finish his master program, in our consideration during last semester of the UG program, the final semester of UG program, or maybe you're about to finish your master, you will be issued with a conditional offer to further study in this university. If you are at UG level, then during your final semester, upon receiving your UCGPA from the AMAT, so we will issue for those who are with 3.0 CGPA, we will send them with a conditional offer. Okay, conditional offer to pursue his or her study in IIM at master level. For those who are at master level, then upon completing his thesis, we will issue an conditional offer in order to pursue at PhD level. Okay, doing postgraduate at PhD level in IIM. Having received the conditional offer, you will need to do and complete the application using our e-admission, EAS. So you have to complete the documentation, submitting the related document, as well as once you have the certificate scroll, then upon receiving all these documents, complete documents and full offer letter will be issued to the students. Okay. And then you will do enrollment, okay, and then start checking your prerequisite if you have to do some required courses, okay. Start to check as well the necessary information right from your IIUM, because you have a new ID, you're going to have a new student ID for this purpose, and then do the activation of your ID and start checking all your academic requirements in the study plan as stipulated in IIUM. Okay. We also advise students to always attach with the Kulliyyah, okay, because the Kulliyyah will hold a session like PG seminars or maybe workshops or maybe colloquium, which is very beneficial for you to attend and to participate. Okay, so please go to the Kulliyyah, communicate with the Kulliyyah, communicate with your department at the Kulliyyah so that you know what are things being organized for you to participate and to attend. Also, make sure that you know your administrative staff of the Kulliyyah, and then those experts, okay, the expertise of the at the Kulliyyah for your area of research. Okay, if you are doing like Islamic banking, you should know those who are experts in Islamic banking, or those who are doing something else, usul fiqh, or maybe Islamic studies in the area of Suluddin. So you must make sure that you know the related person, okay, the experts in the field at your kuliah, lecturers, professors who are considered as experts in the field, and then make your study plan accordingly. If you are at master level, so you have 2 years for the normal study period. So plan your study period accordingly. If you are doing PhD, you have 3 years as your normal study period. So you have to plan accordingly as stated, three years. Of course, you can do extension later, but the proper planning is necessary. Okay, as what been said normally. Failing to plan is actually you are playing to fail. Okay, so pertaining to CPS, I think this matter has been explained by our dean just now. This is the vision of CPS and then the embassy staff of CPS. So you have to know the similar at your kuliah level, and I believe all of you as IIUM graduates, you should know those responsible, in particular, if you are doing PG, who is the responsible person, okay, at your kuliah. Deputy Dean of Postgraduate Studies, as well as the head of department, as well as the head for the or coordinator of your postgraduate studies postgraduate committee of the department level, so that you know those person, and then communicating with the related staff, academic staff is very pertinent to your study later. Know your library. I think this is very necessary. You have to get to know, since you are graduates, you should know more when you are pursuing your study at PG level, at graduate study level. We have a very good collection of electronic databases, as well as electronic online databases, journals. We can do several other services like interloan and the rest, and facilities also available. And then they are upgrading the library facilities recently, so you should know what are the services available, and then the collection is good for you to benefit from for the purpose of your study later. The IIUM PG community, as stated, but being a PG student later as a UG, and then pursuing your study at master level, for instance, you have to communicate with your supervisor. So your supervisor, community of supervision, okay, supervisory committee, or maybe those in the field of your research, you should communicate with them. So that will create another portion of the community which is related to your study area. Okay, your study area, the supervisor, supervisory committee, the experts in the field, and the rest, and the related in your study. So whereas the rest is actually like what commonly you might interact in your daily life being a student in IIUM. Okay. On the top of that, as I mentioned earlier, we have seminars, we have conferences. So make sure we have workshops, or even maybe intensive courses or short courses. So those organized by different entities in IIUM. So in particular, the Kulliyyah, as well as department, or maybe units or center in IIUM, that will polish your skills and gain new skills, in particular, especially research skill, which will benefit you more while you are doing your research later. We have also PGSS. I think this will be covered by PGSS representative later after this session. So you have to make sure that you have to alert yourself with the information organized by PGSS, also maybe services provided by PGSS. because this is very pertinent to your research. Most of the programs organized even with is minimal, if not free, for you to participate. So make use of, I mean, being a student in IIUM is actually a privilege, especially at PG level, where you can benefit from the activities organized by, in particular, PG, PGSS, postgraduate student societies. Okay, and I think most of the programs in collaboration with CPS, we support the activities organized by PGSS, even some of the activities funded through the CPS activities budget allocation for them to organize. We have also SMART, I think you know, so make use of SMART by participating some of the programs with a very minimal fees in charge. Okay, in relation to academic requirements, we have like language requirements. This is actually for those IIM alumni exempted, because you already fulfill at UG level. So once you want to undergo at master level, it's actually exempted. So, but those from the non IIM alumni, so you have to fulfill, as well as Arabic requirement, this similar. The master for study period, as stated earlier, 2 years is the normal duration, whereas for PhD study period, 3 years is the normal duration. For master, you can extend additional 2 semesters if you need the time to finish your study. So the total number of 3 years. Whereas for PhD, you can extend up to another 6 semesters on the top of the 3 year. So we have a total number of 6 years altogether, maximum study period for PhD. You have to complete your study within the stipulated time, okay, or else you have to get permission from the Senate in order to extend your period, I mean, more than the maximum duration allowed for your study. Okay. For academic activities, we have our activities published on our website. Okay, on CPS website, we have the academic calendar as well as important dates. Okay, we really advise students to frequently check the important dates in particular. So for academic calendar, more or less similar UG and PG. But for important dates, so we have certain activities, academic activities, within this stipulated time. So you have to make sure that you aware of this information, or else maybe you will face difficulty. Okay, in particular, during your registration of your research, in particular period when you do withdrawal of the courses. Okay, because failing to make yourself in line with the period stipulated, that will incur certain casualties. Okay, you have maybe to pay a certain amount of penalty, failing to make yourself in accordance to the time stipulated for the important academic activities, important dates of the academic activities as stipulated. So throughout the semester, every single semester, we have it there published. Frequently check our website, CPS website, in order to know those important academic dates, as well as academic calendar. Okay, next we have for the online registration of courses, we have it done through the student portal, and I believe that all of you you have experienced the information on in our student portal. What are the services available? Of course, when you are registered as a PG student, master or PhD, you have a new number, so you have to log in using that number with the PIN number. Okay, with the PIN number that generated automatically. Later, you have to change that PIN number to your own password. This is for every single student. You have all information available on this website in our Maklum. You will see that from the academic as well as the financial information throughout your study period in IIUM. I think the step for the courses registration of courses is very straightforward, which you have undergone during your UG. The similar will happen for your PG level as well. Okay, this is pertinent to PG. Okay, where you have to do when you register for mixed mode or by research. So you have a stage where you will defend your research proposal, okay, prior doing research, okay. For some kuliah, they name it research already right from the beginning, but it's actually a stage of your research proposal. Okay, so formulating your research proposal and then get approval of the research proposal from your supervisor, and then later defend your research proposal in front of the PG committee of the kuliah is very necessary. It's part of the requirement, okay, part of the requirement for your PG studies, okay. We really advise that the defense of the research proposal for master, if you are doing like mixed mode, during the second semester, you should register for your research proposal. Okay, of course, during the first semester, you are very attached to courses, required courses for the program. So second semester is the time for you to register for your research proposal and get it defended end of second semester, or maybe later beginning of semester 3. Okay. If you are doing by research, you should register research proposal right from the beginning, meaning to say that you have your supervisor appointed by the department, and then right from the first semester when you start registering, enrolling, and then registering for the program, right from the first semester you have your supervisor appointed, then start working with your working on your research proposal. And then have it defended after 1 year of research proposal registration. Okay, if you can do that earlier, it's better. But I mean that will consume quite significant time for the preparation. If you want to do the defense less than 1 year. For PhD, if you are doing mixed mode, normally first year of study is very hectic. You'll be very attached to your completing of your courses, required courses. So registration of research proposal normally second year of your study, which is semester 3. Okay. Whereas if you are doing by research, similar by research at master level, right from the first semester, you have to do research proposal registration. Okay, so this stage should be very clear, and then have it defended as planned. For master, let's say after 1 year of study, you should have your research proposal defended, and then you can move to your research stage. Okay, doing your research and then start data collection and so on and so forth. Whereas for PhD, after 1 year of study or so, 1.5 years, you should have your research proposal defended, so that you can move further to the later stage where you want to do research, data collection, fieldwork, and so on and so forth for your study. That is actually the plan, and that's actually the expectation for you to reach and then to obtain the normal study period, which is 2 years for master, and then for PhD 3 years. Okay, failing to fulfill the time as stipulated will drag your study period further, and then maybe you will ask extension, and then several other problems will arise due to the extension of the study, and then maybe several other problems that you will face for that reason. Okay, For research proposal, normally the grade for your research proposal is IEP in progress. If your supervisor feels that the progress is not there or it's not satisfactory, then the UP, UP will be given, unsatisfactory progress. If this happen, I mean, then you should have to work hard in order to get your research proposal approved by the department. Okay, because you will be given another 1 semester to improve and then get your research proposal approved by the Kulliyyah, by the department. Or else you have the your status, academic status, and then will be changed to dismissed due to the reason where you have 2 consecutive semesters with UP. Okay. This happens, but I believe that our supervisors, they are very professional, because most of the time we feel that it's not that frequently happen, but there are some cases are there where students dismiss due to unsatisfactory progress for the particular research proposal. But make sure that you alert of this info and then improve yourself further, and then get the research proposal defended accordingly. For the research, dissertation, thesis, we have a system, iMonitor, for PG, master as well as PhD, in place, which will enable the student to communicate with your supervisor, and the communications recorded. Okay, so you have all the info. If the Kulliyyah asks, or maybe the department asks, or maybe other related entities asking about this information, we have it recorded, okay, in our iMonitor online or system. The system enables also to upload students to upload meeting notes, or maybe you can plan accordingly your research, because we have information related to your study period, maximum study period. Okay, so we have that information available in the iMonitor system. The expectation is that you have to submit your research progress every single semester using iMonitor for your research registration. Okay, for your research registration. Normally, end of the semester, when you do the submission, that submission will result registration of your research coming semester. So that will be the planning. So every end of the semester, you will do the submission of progress. Coming semester, your research will be automatically registered. Okay, so that will be the planning. That will be the arrangement. Okay, by week 11, you will do the submission of progress, and then by week 13, your HOD will do the recommendation, and then week 14, the DPD will do the recommendation. By week 16, it will reach CPS, and then we will, validate the registration to ensure that coming semester registration of research done for your study. Okay, that is actually the arrangement. All will be completed and carried out using iMonitor. Okay, so no need to have like hard copy for your research progress submission, and then for your research registration. No need. We have iMonitor in place. This is the screenshot of your iMonitor. The first screenshot is related to communication with your supervisor, whereas the second screenshot related to the calculation of your GOT, graduation on time. Okay? Graduation on time for 2 years for the master, 3 years for the PhD. Publication requirement, we have it in place starting from G181, in fact from G142. in the previous policy, but starting from G181, this is the publication requirement for master. Okay. Mixed mode, we don't have it in place. It's not applicable. We have it started from master by research. Okay. For starting from master by research, we have a publication requirement 0.6 PE. 0.6 PE. PE is actually publication equivalence. We have, a point in order to calculate your publication. For PhD mixed mode, we have 1 PE, whereas for PhD by research, we have 2 PE. And this is the calculation of your PE, publication equivalence. Index journal, we have 1, non-index journal 0.7, index conference proceeding 0.6, poster or non-index conference proceeding 0.3. So we will calculate using this table, make sure that you will reach the one as required here for every single program, master by research, PhD mixed mode, and PhD by research, for you to be graduated and fulfill your graduation requirement academic. Okay, we have the thesis formatting. Starting from recent years, we have it carried out and monitored by the Kulliyyah. So the Kulliyyah will be the entity responsible to ensure that the thesis format is compliant to IIUM thesis writing style. The guides, the manual are available on the CPS website, so you can make use of this information. The templates also, we have it in place on CPS website for this purpose. But I would say that generally we have certain writing styles applicable to our thesis. Okay, we have like APA, commonly used amongst the education related studies. We have Chicago, commonly used by the area of studies in humanities, like Islamic studies, ICOL, and so on and so forth. We have variation from using different other academic writing styles, but the important thing is that make sure that there is a certain level of standardization in your thesis writing as far as academic writing style is concerned. For supervision, this is the responsibilities, list of responsibilities for the supervisor. We have is also for the responsibilities, students' responsibilities, being a PG student in IIUM. For supervisor, make sure that, let me focus on the PG responsibilities. For students' responsibilities, make sure that you get yourself familiar with the PG regulations. Okay, I stated earlier, like frequently monitor your study period, frequently monitor your progress. Make sure you are, you have to alert yourself to the to ensure that your candidature is active. Okay, by doing registration every single semester. Okay, and then several other regulation and policies. You have to make sure that you're aware of those regulation and policies by checking our PG regulations and policies available on our website, CPS website. And then frequently communicate with your supervisor on a regular basis. Okay? So you have to communicate with your supervisor, because this is the entity. You have being a student, PG student in this university. You have to communicate with your supervisor, with experts in the field, area of research, so that in the progress, you get the one that you plan for your study will be implemented academically and nicely. Plan your research, plan your study carefully, and monitor your GOT. Of course, there is always a place for you to do the extension later, but plan your GOT well. Try to reach and obtain the GOT. 2 years for master, whereas 3 years for the PhD. I know that that will require a certain amount of, struggle, certain amount of effort, a significant amount even from your side. But by doing so, the chance for you to have your study completed is very high. It's very high. Master as well as PhD level. Participate in PG activities, workshops, colloquium, short courses, different various activities as I have highlighted earlier. And then make sure that your research will assist not only contribution to the area, to the research area, but to the Ummah at large. Okay, inshallah. For the thesis submission, we have it different stages. This is for before Viva Voce, and then during Viva Voce and after Viva Voce. Of course, before Viva Voce, we have to submit intention to submit research work form. Okay, normally 4 months for PhD, whereas for at master level like three months. So the purpose why we need this form is that will give ample time for the Kulliyyah, for the department to search the examiners for your thesis, master as well as PhD. So by the time you do the submission of your thesis, we have it in place. We have examiners already appointed, endorsed by the Senate, master as well as for PhD. That's why we ask students if they want to submit the thesis prior to the submission of the thesis, 4 months for PhD, 3 months for master. You have to do submission intention form, intention to submit your research work. Okay, and then we have it nomination of the examiners carried out by the department and then later endorsed by the Kulliyyah and UCPS and so on and so forth by the Senate later. And then after endorsement, we have it, the submission of your thesis, and then we package the thesis and then send the thesis to the examiners academically, and then do the follow up with the examiners. And then during the Viva Voce, the date arrangement will be set by the related office, Kulliyyah as well as the CPS for PhD, Kulliyyah for master, and then the Viva day where you have to do the presentation and highlights of your study, and then do that as clearly as possible. Okay, even we have a session like workshop or maybe intensive course pertaining to the presentation, how to present during Viva, how to do presentation for your during your Viva session. We have it. So try to make use of by attending some of those related courses, so that will polish your skill during the presentation, especially during your Viva session. And after Viva Voce, you will do the follow up with your post Viva supervisor academically, and then do the submission of your research, of your thesis for graduation requirement. Okay. This is Turnitin Similarity Index report. Okay. Prior to the submission of your thesis, make sure that your thesis been classified as the first classification, which is less than 24% of similarity index. If it exceeds more than 24%, percent of your for similarity index report, then we need clarification from the supervisor to explain why this thesis exceeds more than 24%. If it is more than 49%, then the thesis will be rejected. The student will require submission of the thesis to do the resubmission of the thesis for this purpose. If it is more than 74, then it's actually a total copy of another work as stated here. Okay. So it will be rejected, and then the student will be noted as failed by the Kulliyyah. Procedure for dealing with plagiarism, we have it in place. So it's going to be that complicated, because we have to communicate with the Kulliyyah. We have to inform Deputy Rector Academic Affairs in order to is this particular case, and then clarify the case with the Kulliyyah and then Deputy Rector Academic Affairs. It's going to be very it's going to be complicated. So please make sure that make yourself clear, and then avoid from committing plagiarism in your study. Copyright of the thesis is actually a copyright honor, student copyright honor. If it is self-sponsored, IIUM, it is fully sponsored by IIUM. Jointly, IIUM and student, it is partially sponsored by IIUM. Jointly, student and third parties, if it is sponsored by the third parties. Okay, so make sure that you have to make yourself alert on this issue, so that you know who is the copyright owner for the research. The information available online for PG regulations, we have it, the recent one, revised 2020. I think we have that published already on our website. This is the previous one, 2015. And then we have also IIM Code of Supervision available. So all guides, all manuals pertaining to PG regulations, policies, if there are any policies recently endorsed by the Senate, we have also we have them also published on our website. So frequently check our website in order to know and get information pertaining to your academic matters, master as well as PhD level. Okay, so this is the place where you can get the information from our CPS website. We have policies, procedures, amendments. This is actually recent policies and procedures, in particular policies endorsed by the Senate. Okay, we have IIM thesis manual. We have turned it in guide, as well as the table, as I have shared with you earlier, the similarity index report table, and several other information pertaining to your candidature as a student, maintain your active status as a student in a PG student in IIUM. Okay, different forms that you need to fulfill available, various forms you need to fulfill, you need to fill in if you want to undergo certain academic procedures. I think that my advice is that being a student in IIUM, especially at PG level, not only it is a privilege, but we expect that you will contribute in upgrading the Ummah, okay, in helping, assisting the Ummah. That's part of our policy, part of our even vision for you to accomplish, which is actually, from my point of view, is a very humble vision and policy, and it's not only a privilege, but it's a responsibility, okay, which not only that you can get the success in this world, hopefully that your success, all your efforts will be accepted as part of your amal saleh, good deeds into the day of hereafter. Okay, so that's which makes our university, our PG studies in IIM quite unique from different other universities in the world. Okay, with that note, I think we finish with the journey in brief, your research journey as a PG students in IIUM. Then hopefully that we will see you as a PG student in this this near future, inshallah. Okay, with that note, I end my sharing. If there is any question, Sister Maswa, back to Sister Maswa, please. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fiham, for the very, very lengthy explanation on your students' research journey. Okay, I'm afraid that maybe just one question. Anybody would like to ask? Maybe just one question? Most of the question in the chat box has been answered either by our Dean, Prof. Ida, or the other Deputy Deans available together in the session. Okay.
I have one question.
Yes.
Sorry, this is about those who are applying using partial transcript, applying for masters, and those waiting for the conditional offer letter. It says from the email that there's a possibility that I will have to attend an interview to assess my eligibility to take a master's. I just want to know what will be expected in the interview. That's all.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Brother, I couldn't see your name.
Brother Aiman. Brother Aiman. Yes.
Normally for interview, there are certain programs require face-to-face or maybe online interview by the evaluator, by the assessor, in order to know more about the student background or about the student information or knowledge pertaining to the program of apply. So normally for me, if I'm the one appointed as the assessor for the interview, I want to know your interest. Okay, I want to know your motivation in order to study in the program. So that is the nature of the interview normally. How strong, how motivated are you to study in the program? If the motivation is strong, that will, hint some, a very good information for me as an assessor to get yourself secure for the full offer and then enroll for the program. Normally, you want to know how motivated is the student. What is your information? Not only motivation, but the information that you own for that particular program. Do you have enough information? Normally for interview, we want to require more because the information that we have on the form, it's not enough. Okay, so we want to require more from the student side. And in particular, his motivation, his knowledge pertaining to the program apply. So normally, that actually what we want.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Fiham. We are sorry that we cannot take another question. You can also reach us through our virtual counter to ask any related question regarding to admission process, application process, and also our program requirements. Okay, Jazakallah, Dr. Fiham. And now we are moving to our third section. Okay, now we have listened to our beloved professors on the studies in IIUM, but what actually, Dr. Fiham, can you unshare your presentation? Thank you. And what actually require of a students as a students in IIUM, what kind of motivation hold you intact during your study in IIUM? Because I believe that there are so many challenges that you face during your studies. So I would like to invite Brother Abdul Matin Chowdhury. He is a PhD student from Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences, and at the same time he is a member of our Postgraduate Student Societies, PGSS, and PGSS actually has also played an important role in bridging the gap between the postgraduate students and CPS. Okay. You may listen to him about his experience and his maybe struggle during his PhD journey. Tafadhal, Brother Matin.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Sister Maswa. And I'm really grateful to the CPS to give me this privilege to share my experiences in IIUM while I'm doing my PhD with my new fellow brothers and sisters. And welcome to IIUM. Actually, IIUM is a family to me, and a family that living with all the uncle and aunties together with us. In a sense, I mean, in other universities, if you keep roaming around, you will see that every department and Kulliyyah is located far in distance from each other. But in these universities, all connected, all the faculties are connected. So that's why I said that is a family that living with all the relatives together. Yeah, so definitely you will enjoy and you will learn about it when you will be back to IIUM physically. Let me share with you about, wait. Okay, so thank you again to CPS to allow me to share my postgraduate journey and some of my personal experiences. My name is Mohammad Abdul Motin Choudhury. I'm actually PhD candidate, almost finished my thesis. Soon I'm going to submit my thesis under Department of Business Administration, Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences. So the aims and objectives of this presentations or sharing is like share some of my personal experiences, so discuss few of the issues that arose throughout my own studies, some advices as your fellow brother, and share some of my challenges, misconceptions, preconceptions, and moments. Before I move on, let me share with you something about me. I'm actually still a PhD candidate in the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management. I haven't completed my PhD yet, but soon, inshallah. And I also completed my master's from the same Kulliyyah in the same university. And besides that, as Sister Maswa informed, that I'm also a committee member of PGSS, Postgraduate Student Society. And my research explored the issues and challenges of current retirees and proposing an Islamic health protection plan for future retirees. So I explored these issues from the perspective of future and the challenges of retirees in current social systems. Throughout my studies till now, I have survived, but now I'm really enjoying the end phase of my PhD journey, because you see that after struggling, after going through all ups and downs, finally I'm about to finish. This is a moment that actually I don't know how to share, but it's amazing feelings. And I'm here to share some of my experience being postgraduate researcher. The things that you should know, maybe you never heard at the beginning, you will experience. So let me share actually how I think about this journey, especially for PhD and also related to masters, but I will more focus on my PhD journey here. The journey is frustrating, frightening, thrilling, but new experience, because it will allow you to expose yourself, explore more things, explore new things, and learn a lot of things. Besides, in a while, you will understand that you have studied a lot. And then you will also feel that, oh, that's not related to my study. But don't stop there. Don't think that is waste, because you learned a lot of things and which will be beneficial along with the journey. You'll know it. So never think that you waste something that you have learned. Never. Gathering knowledge is not a waste. It's your skills, and it makes you smarter. That's my own feelings. And also it is emotional with many highs and lows, because this is a lonely journey that you have to go through by yourself. So there will be a lot of ups and downs, and it's normal. It's really normal. And the most common word in this pandemic situation is quarantine. And I would, it can be quarantining experience. Like you lock yourself in a room or in the library or in the lab just to produce something. And you feel like that you sit in the morning and you will not even realize when the day has been finished and it's already night. It will go through because you have to be. Otherwise, you will be like delaying your journey. And it has really benefits. Let me share with you. When the MCU started like 18th of March, and I was actually collecting my data, and due to it, it interrupted. My data collection interrupted, and I was frustrated at the beginning because data collection is not from the core, I mean, from the room. Is you have to go to the field for the social sciences. And first few days I was so frustrated that what should I do? Then I realized being frustrated is not gonna help me. Maybe this is the time to be productive, do something else that related to my study that will enhance my skills, enhance my quality. So yeah, I have started to read related studies from my discipline, and alhamdulillah, within like 5 months I have produced 4 papers, and all these 4 papers now accepted for Scopus publications. And I felt, wow, this is something I received from the quarantining experience, which is forcefully done. So yeah, always try to find something positive, something productive. And one more thing, that PhD is your own alone journey, but you must think that this is for the whole community, for the world. That means you are going to contribute to the world, not only for your own benefits. Being selfish in a study, but be kind with the contributions. That's my own concept. And for example, also like the study periods while you do PhD or postgraduate studies, it has no appropriate time or certain period that you must study. Study as long as you can. This is I used to do. I have worked before, after my bachelor. I used to work like 9 to 5 every day, and I still had no time for rest. I feel always complain about job. I'm so tired, even 8 hours in a day. But I'm telling you, PhD, 8 hours is not enough. For me, I study maybe 24 hours. Even when I sleep, I still like dream of like what lesson I should complete, go through, and what should I supposed to do. A lot of, it's all about study. That means you yourself engage with your journey. So yeah, so uh, it will occupy you mentally and physically. So the things you should know more, even it is frustrating and tiring, but it is the time to deep growth and intellectual development. And each sweat and minute owed at the end, because you're going to be someone, you will feel that you have learned a lot of things, and that will motivate you. That will feel like, yes, whatever I have done, doing, it is good. And it is fun. I'll share with you how it is fun later when I will discuss about my achievements. And it's really amazing feelings because you will meet a lot of scholars around the world. Even you have read their name on the book as an author, an article, and this journey will allow you to conversate with them, interact with them. Yeah, this is a great feelings. I mean, I always amazed that I am able to discuss with these academic excellent people. Those are like contributing to the society, to the knowledge. This is an amazing feelings, and they treat you like one of them. You are one of them. This is really amazing. Okay, reflections on my journey, how I started and how was my feelings. On my very first year when I enrolled as a PhD student, I feel like excited. Oh, I'm doing PhD. Well, I'm really doing a PhD. That means I feel like I'm flying. So first year coursework, first semester coursework, second semester coursework, okay. Then in the beginning of second year, I realized I'm actually doing PhD. That means I've been serious in the second year. And after 2 years gone, oh my God, I need to finish because the GOT is important to me, graduate on time, because this is also one of the achievement. I feel like if you can complete within the time, within the given time, that is your credibility. That is that, yeah, you did it. So something that you can actually celebrate, not only your achieving the degree, also the on time. Or it looks like this way. I can. So in the first year, I was so boosting myself. I'm so proud, PhD student. Then coursework, just relax. Coursework is nothing. Actually, no. Coursework is the beginning. And at the beginning, before I continue my coursework, I was feeling that why coursework is important. I did my master's in mixed mode. I have submitted a thesis. And why coursework is important to me? I feel it's not important. But once I started and I realized that, oh my God, I haven't learned a lot of things which I actually should know. And that's why coursework is important. And yeah, I have realized that after my first semester that why coursework is important, because you will be embedded with a lot of knowledge, information, which will broaden your arena, broaden your head, brain, that you can figure out which field or which topic you should go through and which way. I mean, you will learn a lot of things from the coursework. So coursework, please pay attention in the coursework and attend every classes. It's very important because the coursework, all the experts are there to help you in the coursework. And yeah, after the coursework, at the beginning of second year, I realized that, oh, coursework completed. Now I must defend my research proposal by the end of this semester. That means, yes, after the third semester, I should defend. And I quarantine myself. I start my day 8, finish at 10, every day. Every day. And I used to put note on my calendar, because what are the things I should do, and if there are any appointments or anything, everything I used to note on my calendar. Let me show you, if you can see the calendar. This is the calendar I use. Sometimes I forget, I think what I have to do today. So every morning I come and I check what are the agendas for today. All is written. So yeah, I go accordingly. And end of the semester, I finally defended my proposal. Then I started to fly, because I have defended, I completed one step and another step to go. So yeah, then at the beginning of my third year, the data, I thought that the collection will be easy, but in reality, no, it's not easy. You have to, because data collection for social sciences is not in the room. It is like you have to, if you go for the primary data, because I'm working with primary data, so you have to collect and get the appointment, get the time, and moment is important, and further the pandemic issues has interpreted. But Alhamdulillah, it did. I'm done. And on my 6th semester, which is 3rd year as well, analysis and finish. Alhamdulillah, I mean, it's done. So I can relive that and I can enjoy the moment. So yeah, my serious notes for you guys, I mean, like what I have gone through. Actually, my postgraduate journey till now included enough sweats and tears. It's like in frustrations, anxiety, procrastinations, distraction, executions, and in a moment, there was a time, you know, in a moment I felt like, oh, it's not possible. I can't do it. I'm not gonna deserve it. I don't deserve to finish this journey. It's so lengthy, it's so frustrating, it's so tiring. I can do something else rather than that. I was really distracted as well. But Alhamdulillah, I motivate myself that, yeah, maybe somehow, maybe it will over. And yeah, it is over actually, because I actually being adjusted to it, I mean, used to it. And I feel like it's over because there are some achievements that I have, and it's helpful actually. It helps you to move forward. Even though I considered give up several times, but I got through it. And every time when I feel devastated, frustrated, that feeling to give up, I tell myself, come on, I am a 3D person. 3D person means I am determined, because I determined to finish it. And then I am dedicated. Yes, to achieve my goal, I dedicate my time, I dedicate my family time, a lot of things I dedicated only for that. And how can I give up in between or in the middle? And yeah, I'm diligent. I feel I'm a hardworking, I'm a diligent guy. I can't just simply give up. I must see the end. I have to achieve. Yeah, so this is how actually I motivate myself. And when I'm little stressed, what I do? You see on my left, I'm a hiker. I go for hiking like once in a month. I used to when the pandemic. Now I can't. And yes, the place that you should always familiar with, postgraduate studies, CPS, Center for Postgraduate Studies. They have a lot of things to offer you, to provide you, to release your stress. And I'm a gardener. I like gardening. So wherever is foundation, and this university is helps you. If you are interested in gardening, yeah, you have those scopes to do that. And I am, you see that. And I'm also into running. Sports important in order to keep you physically fit. It is important, and it also helps you to release your stress, because when I do engage with sports and things, it helps me to forget about study for the moment, for the time being. So it refresh my brain and also allow me to regain energy to focus on the study. And how you self-motivate. Look around you, those completed PhD. They were human before becoming superhuman. Yeah, I call them superhuman because they have completed. So for me, they are still superhuman. But always think they were human, like you and me. And if they could finish it, why not you? Why not me? What is lacking in me? Yeah, I have to identify what is lacking, and I have to improve in order to be a superhuman. And sometimes imagine, it's like assume, daydreaming that when you are done with PhD, with your study, where you will be, what will be your position, status. Yeah, it's like try, then it will help you. Like now, I have to come. Yeah, this is what I do actually. And read some stories that help you boost your energy. Go. Go, you can do it. For example, I was so amazed after my defense. I read this story that one girl from, I mean, she's like 20 years old, 28 years old, from the Michigan State University. She defended her dissertation in a skirt that she made with all rejection letters. It was 17th rejection letters in 5 years. And she never gave up. And she found that rejection letters allow her to go through it. And she feels that she is better now. Yeah, I actually agree with her. I mean, totally agree. Rejection is not something that you go through that, oh, you are good for nothing. No, actually, rejection shows that you are still lacking of something. So there's an opportunity for you to improve in that sectors, in those areas that you are not really good enough there, but you have the opportunity because someone has pointed to you. Previously nobody, but pointed to you, that is your weakness, improve. So it's rejection is like asking me to improve. For example, when I submit my research paper in the journal, I always try to submit nowadays in Scopus or SSCI. So I get the good feedback. I mean, the feedback, even the reject, but I, I really appreciate. I like it because they figure out, okay, this is your things. They appreciate, even they appreciate if anything good there, and they said, okay, you should improve that. This. They point out, and this is a good thing actually, very good things that you can improve yourself, and you know your weaknesses. Sometimes we don't know what is our weaknesses, so other people actually point out is a better, right? So yeah, and the process. So if you know that the computer we are using, the online webinar, all these things, it was not actually built over the night. So you think that a thesis can be constructed overnight? I don't think so. That's why it needs more time. Yeah, it is actually happening for me as well. I thought that I can finish it very soon. 3 years. It's more than enough. So yeah, it is enough actually if you plan accordingly from the very first day of your enrollment. But yeah, it is demanding. So it's not overnight thing. You must go through all the ups and downs, and it also takes some negotiation because for in a sense you will see that you have done a lot of things, and at the end you find it like, oh, it's not related to your topic or thesis that you are going to do. Then you have to go back to the beginning and start again. So you have to, a lot of negotiations will be there, and sometimes some works are really hard, time consuming, monotonous than others. Some things are good, but you have to balance all both. And also some tasks are not in your hand because we only work and the evaluations come from the supervisory committees, examiners. So we have to follow their instructions as well. Then we can be better. So now let's share with you about my thoughts, how your relation should be with your supervisors. Definitely you must respect, the mutual respect is there. You must know that your supervisor is someone went through your position, but now they are expert. You always keep that in mind, and also consider their busy schedule, because you are not only students for him or for her or for them. They have like more than 100 students. They have their own family, kids. So a lot of commitments in their life. And me, it's like, okay, focus on it. Even I can't go through them. But you see, they are still managing their time, finding time for you. So even they're delaying with your thesis evaluations, don't be impatient, because you must know they have a lot of commitments. So I think it's important. And whenever you get the opportunity, and please note their comments, suggestions, and critics, because they guide you to be better, to produce something productive and concrete, I think, yeah, and fruitful. So definitely, this is important. That's what I always do. Actually, it's all from my own doings, own experiences, and I always share my thoughts and ideas. Then we actually discuss, okay, that would be better. You can put there, then this, remove that. This is the way, like sharing helps you. Like, don't just expect that the supervisor give you all the information. Now, supervisors just point out, okay, you keep this, throw this. This is more relevant to you. But the ideas and informations must come to you. So you need to follow that, and please be utilize that time when they evaluate. When they're utilizing the evaluating your time, you might also go through, is there anything missing? So you can embed it, something new, or do something else related to your study. And please always be patient, follow up your works, and be punctual. I think punctuality is one of the key for PhD student, postgraduate students. And I always try to be punctual actually. And I enjoy it, honestly. Even sometimes people, they are not, but you can expect. But whenever you are punctual, you can call yourself, how I'm punctual, I don't know. And yeah. So now life in IIUM. As I said, it's a family for me. I mean, the UAE is a family for me. I'm here the last more than 5 years, including my master's. It's a family environment. All the staffs, all the academic members, they are like siblings, uncle, aunties, so super. Even though at the beginning you will find it difficult to adjust due to communication or cultural gap, but soon later,
Yeah. Brother Martin, I'm sorry, we have just 1 minute for you to conclude.
okay,
Okay.
yeah, I think, yeah, you'll find IUM is one of the best while you go through. So I go, like, my achievements, like conferences. Yeah, I did some of the, I got opportunity to go to some conferences without conference fees, even with the sponsors from the organizers, and publications I have done, alhamdulillah, quite good. And yeah, I'm smart, actually, I could say that. Smart means I'm specific, I'm measurable, and I find myself achievable and realistic and time bound. So that's how I actually uh, describe smart. And also, as I mentioned, I'm 3D, determined, dedicated, diligent. And my advices for you, just make an action plan, set agenda for every day. And also, it's okay to say no. That means, yeah, you can say no to others if it's not related to your things. If you have other, I mean, if you have someone ask you to do something else, you can say no. And don't keep the task even it is time consuming. Keep up with the referencing using software like Mendeley and others. And also, please format from the very beginning according to the university requirement. Be kind to yourself, take a break, spend time with family, friends, socialize, and do things, engage yourself with exercise and sports, so that you can come back to your research with full energy, with motivation and fresh eyes. And please stay connected with related social group like PhD group, PGSS, and Kulliyyah group. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Brother Martin. I will always remember your definition of smart. Being miserable while doing your PhD. Okay, but I hope that those of you who are miserable at this time, you better get help from our expert. Okay, okay, Brother Martin, Jazakallah, and we will start with our next session, briefing by the Kuliyyah of Language and Management. Okay, this will be like an information session, explanation on the programs available in IIUM, and I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Afiza binti Muhammad Ali, the Deputy Dean of Postgraduate from KLM. Tafadhal, Dr. Afiza.
Thank you, Sister Maswa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Oh dear, look at the participant. It has gone down to half. This is your fault, brother, for sharing your ups and downs in the PhD journey. But for those of you who are still on, you should stay on. Okay, thank you very much, madam. So I'll share with you my screen. But before that, I always ask my future potential students, yeah, what's your real reason for doing a PhD? Now, if your reason is to just have a title in front of your name and that's it, just for the glory, then the PhD is not for you. I've had friends who just wanted that, but when they went back to their workplace, there's no incentives or there's no need for them to apply that PhD work. So what I'm saying here is that I'm not going to repeat whatever that Prof. Ida, Dr. Fiham, and our brother just now who's shared his experience. I'm not going to repeat what they said, but I've always advised my students, you've got to know what you're going to fall back on with your master's and PhD. How are you going to use it, basically? Yeah, so there's something there for you. Either, well, most of our students for masters and PhD, if I can speak for my Kulliyyah of Languages and Management, they are mostly working people, yeah, and they have got something, some incentives at the workplace. For instance, yeah, you've got some promotional criteria for those who've advanced themselves in PG studies. That's good. That's a motivation. Yeah. This happens at schools and government offices. Not sure about private sectors, probably. So that's one. Yeah. And I like the point given by one of our chat person just now, Brother One. Lectures of IIUM are helpful and nice. You betcha. If you go to other places, your professors will not look at you. Yeah, they are very strict. I don't know, but probably we have strict people in IIUM. And yes, we have to have full energy and motivation. Otherwise, we will die from exhaustion doing a PhD. I'm not sure about masters though. Maswa, can you see my screen? I've shared my screen. I'm gonna share a bit on, so basically I am Dr. Fiza. I'm from Kulliyyah of Languages and Management. So this is a new Kulliyyah, by the way. This is a new Kulliyyah. It boasts language programs, and language programs meaning we have English, Arabic, Malay language studies, yeah, for the first time, a degree program for IIUM. We've got undergraduate and postgraduate programs, and the management word here comes from our tourism degree program, and that's in the pipeline for PG. Now, if you can guess, I'm going to talk about language first. Yeah, so for those of you who are here, I thank you for being here. I think we have 85. We're lucky. Yeah. Those of you who are who've got English or Arabic language degree first, what do you want to do with them? What else can you do besides upskilling Like what Prof. Ida said, upskilling means one of the ways is to get yourself involved in short courses, certificates, or a PG program. Yeah, so masters and PhD would be nice for you in terms of upskilling. Now, why do I say again in terms of English and Arabic language degree? You may have seen a lot of master's degree in other places. You've got masters in corporate comm, you've got masters in international communication, professional communication, you've got masters in language studies or literature or linguistics, so many out there. Yeah, you can pursue that in our Kulliyyah. But I'm not saying that it's just for English and Arabic language people only. Yeah. This is also this is something that we offer that is good for those who are not from language degree programs. Yeah, those with economics background or other backgrounds. Now, I'll tell you why, okay? Secondly, do you want to gain mastery on how to develop training, teaching modules suited for specific needs and professions? Now, I'm talking from the angle of those of you who are already working. If you're lucky, you'll be working in an organization whereby it can be a HR department or management services, yeah, training, yes. And you see that your boss suddenly will tell you, okay, let me just call a name here, Mustafa Tayyib. What background are you from? Are you from engineering? Or something, yeah? Could you help us do something with the language of our workers? The frontliners are really bad. And I know you're from IIUM, I think your English is good, despite your first degree, which is in engineering. You get what I mean? Just because you're an IIUM graduate, everyone out there assumes that your English, first and foremost, is very good. And that is well known, yeah? So we're going to amplify that for you. Because of your background knowledge, your English is there, but your predominant degree, first degree, can be other courses. It doesn't mean that you can't upskill or apply that to a different scenario. Some of you may not want to be doing what you're professionally educated in terms of your degree. Some of you may just join organizations and look for and be placed in HR departments and certain departments, and you do administrative work. So administrative work would mean you can be serving people's specific needs and professions. Yeah, you may not be able to apply that HR knowledge because you're in a different profession or job, but you've got English, and that is the identity of IIUM students. If you want to upskill yourself, besides doing the master's that follows your degree program, this is one of the courses that you can take. Do you want to be able to improve your teaching delivery for adult learners? Now, this one I'm talking in terms of those of you who are already probably thinking of teaching or lecturing or training people out there. You may be are already trainers, appointed trainers in your organizations, and you're just coming back to do some masters. Yeah, you want to upskill yourself in terms of, okay, how do I handle adult learners? How do I create modules, training modules? Where do I start? How do I begin from A to Z? I need to know that. So then our PG programs are for you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about English for specific purposes, but English for specific purposes, or ESP, or Arabic for specific purposes, is under the domain of language for specific purposes, languages for specific purposes. So I give you an example of this one, just for you to understand. Yeah, in ELT, English language teaching, there's linguistics, there's literature, and there's something called specific purposes. Now, I've got students who are from economic background, yeah, but she is actually a teacher in a school, And you know, in Malaysia, when you are placed in a school, you don't teach economics. They suddenly will give you, oh, because you're an IIUM graduate, can you teach English or history? Yeah. So she's doing a master's in ESP with us. All right. And another student of mine, she's also a lecturer. She's doing she's handling a technical university, engineering university. So she needs to know what are the English specific purposes of engineering students when it comes to English. Yeah, English for engineers, you've heard. English for doctors, English for frontliners, English for tourist guides. Yeah, so we give you that kind of knowledge skills for those kind of modules. So if you can see here, there's plenty of areas that you could hone your skills, amplifying your ability to speak and write in English. So ladies and gentlemen, it's under the domain of language for specific purposes. All right, it enables you to use language in a particular speech community, leading towards your own communicative competence. You might say, I don't understand a word the doctors are saying. Yeah, but you could analyze that and understand better, and probably earn a position in a medical organization whereby you could help. Yeah. So it is very focused and goal oriented. A question that I see on the chat. We are from Kulliyyah of Languages and Management. Yeah. And before I go into our programs, we are based in the newly built, well, not newly built, relatively new, IIUM Pago. Where's Pago, by the way? It's in Johor. It's not in Johor Bahru, which is totally at the end there of Malaysia, near Singapore, but it's a little bit after Malacca, all right? It's called the Pago Education Hub. It's a whole big education hub for universities, southbound universities, yeah? But this is what we offer for now. We've got Masters of Arts in Teaching English for Specific Purposes, and we've got Teaching Arabic for Specific Purposes. Yeah, and inshallah we will have PhD in English Studies, specialization in English for Specific Purposes, as well as Arabic. And of course, details about mode and duration of program will be the same as per our postgraduate programs in IIUM. What will you learn? Yeah, in the master's program. Of course, a little bit of research methodology there, a little bit of Islamization of knowledge. Yeah, in ESV being in IIUM, that's our part of our ideal, is to know how we Islamize things. Yep, and you're going to learn these core courses. You're going to learn a little bit of applied linguistics, how you can apply language to that domain. We're going to give you exposure on teaching methods, how you're going to approach adult learners as opposed to school. Yeah, I've got students who are I've got master students who are teaching primary schools even. Yeah, but she's been asked to conduct training at her school for teachers. So she needs to know how to train adult learners. So we give you tips on that. And also we look at materials development. So the whole ESP thing is from knowing the needs of your participants, yeah, your students, coming up with materials, courses for them, yeah, and knowing how to deliver and teach that. And at the end, doing a little bit of assessment of how the program was for them. So this is entirely, if I can say it, related to training. And if you've been a trainer in your life, in your lifetime, if you've been a trainer, I'm a trainer myself, yeah. There are so many 1001 experiences and ways to handle adult learners. And if you want to know how to handle them, you know, from CEOs to presidents of, you know, organizations, there are a bunch of very colorful students. So we give you tips on that. All right. And of course, because it's a mixed mode, our master's program is a mixed mode, we have dissertation. And just like the usual flow of masters by mixed mode for English and Arabic. At the end of the day, you want to know why, what's the benefit of this career or master's choice and PhD. Well, go back to your reason why you're doing upskilling for yourself, why you're doing this master. It must have a purpose. It's not just, to fill the time. You've got to make use of it. You've got to make sure that it has a return of investment for you. Now, our course advocates teaching for adult learners. Now, I know for sure that anybody out there who has been a trainer for corporate organizations or even teachers or lecturers, yeah, you have experience in teaching adult learners. Yeah, this master's will not give you a total mastery. Of course, experience is the best teacher. You've got to relate and apply the knowledge that you have from here to your own experiences. Yeah, we're giving you guides on guidelines on how. Not just for teaching only. For those who are from the industries or organizations, yeah, this can be an added value to you because you may be able to use it in your own workplace. Yeah, some of you, because you are an IIUM graduate, I mentioned just now, your bosses might say, oh, Dr. Fiza, can you just come up with some training for our group of CEOs? I've got that experience a lot. Yeah, so yeah, they wanted to know this and that. And it's not just knowledge about teaching English or Arabic. Basically, we give you the framework of how to conduct training, yeah, or giving a delivery of teaching modules or programs from knowing the needs of clients and professionals, yeah. So it's from A to Z. All right. And of course, application wise, it has to be applied and experienced by you with your own workplace. At the end of the day, what you will gain also would be language competency, be it in English or Arabic. You're able to be more proficient and inshallah competent with the guidance and tutoring of our wonderful and experienced lecturers in Kulliyyah of Languages and Management. So hopefully you will be able to be thinking about this program. So remember guys, ESP, or ASP, language for specific purposes. This is something that you can take up on top of whatever masters that you have. Yeah, especially for language graduates. All right, so that will be all. Thank you very much. And before I end, I would like to say that in the pipeline, we will have master's and PhD programs in Malay studies and as well as tourism. So stay tuned. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Maswa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Afiza. Anybody have any question? Okay, I think we have no question at this moment. Would we like to move on with IIBF, Dr. Rusni, Prof. Rusni?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Maswa.
Okay, let me introduce you for right. Prof. Rusni is our Deputy Dean of Academic and Industrial Linkages from the Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance. Okay, let us listen to her. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Maswa. Let me share my slides. Entire screen, right? A window. Okay. Share. Share. I want to. Sorry. Still struggling, just like what Profida. Okay. Okay, present now. This one, right? This one. Okay. Can anyone see my slides? Yes. Okay. It doesn't appear in my laptop. I didn't see.
Yes, we can see your slides. Maybe boleh buat slideshow, Prof?
Okay. Okay. Is it good? Is this good?
Still on the PowerPoint mode. Can we move to slideshow?
Yep. Okay.
Boleh lah.
Okay. Boleh.
Okay, Prof. Let's start.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Okay, then again, this, sorry for the technicalities. Okay, let me, where is it? Okay. Can you see my slides? Okay. Now okay. It's good, right? Okay. Now I can do on. Okay. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Sorry for the the technicalities. We are struggling. Myself struggling. I believe, of course, the students are much better than us. But Alhamdulillah, we are coping. Okay, so today, inshallah, what I'm going to share is the giving the overview of what are the programs and then what IIUM Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance are offering to the students, particularly as regards to the academic programs that we are offering. Okay. So Alhamdulillah, this is the what we call it, the photo, the picture of our office. Okay, it's near or next or adjacent to Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences. Okay, and we are together with Graduate School of Management. Yeah, together in the same building. This is our vision and mission. We, of course, are very specialized institutions. We are only, however, handling postgraduate students. We don't have any undergraduate. So we are very focused, very specialized on Islamic banking and finance. So this is reflected well in terms of our vision, mission, as well as our values. So our focus is very much to be the global center for excellence in teaching, research, publications, as well as consultancy on Islamic banking and finance. And our vision is, of course, is to what we call it, bring the Islamic finance and Islamic banking and finance education globally. We explore the strategic initiatives, development and innovation, not only domestically in Malaysia, but also globally. In fact, this is proven, in terms of our outreach to the global, what we call it, perspective, is of which percentage of our students, we have almost, I think more than 50% are our students nowadays at this point of time are international. Okay. And while upholding these principles of Islamic banking and finance, of course, we are always guided by the principles of integrity. We are always professional in delivering our services and whatnot. Definitely, we uphold the excellence in the service of, that we are serving to the global ummah, the students in particular, in the context of our discussion today. So this is our talent that we have now. We have 2 professors, we have 7 associate professors, 10 assistants, and then we do have 2 academic fellows who are what we call it, very experienced industry players before. They were bankers, they were in wealth management, and they are now with us. Okay, so alhamdulillah. So because our approach in our teaching and learning Islamic banking and finance is that we are bridging between the concepts, the theory, and what is very, very important is that we need to look into the application part. So the applied part of Islamic banking and finance in teaching and learning is always embedded throughout. These are the programs that we do have. We have PhDs, we have Master of Science, Islamic banking and finance. We do have also Master of Science, Islamic banking and finance. We call it MSc Iibf in Arabic. In Arabic. So it means that our Master of Science, Islamic banking and finance are taught in English as well as in Arabic. So students can choose either to go for English mode or they can go for the Arabic mode. This Master of Science in Arabic is quite new because we have our first batch graduated, and this program is created due to a lot of demand from our students from the GCC countries. Okay, Arabic speaking countries who would like to know about Islamic banking and finance. They have some kind of constraint in terms of their language, Arabic, and some of them, for example, Algeria and whatnot, they're very fluent in French, but they're not good in English. So we can offer them Arabic. Alhamdulillah, is good. There's a lot of demand on this. We do have also non-degree program. We have certificate in Islamic banking and finance, and we do have also certificate for Takaful practitioners. These are the programs that we are offering to the industry practitioners. Okay. This is in terms of the statistics of the number of students graduated from Iibf. Okay, starting 2016, 2020, this is the data that the updated one. Okay, of course, the number is not the latest because there are, with the new environment, of course, the students keep on graduating from time to time. Okay, even though the graduation has yet to be held. Okay, these are the list of students that our students that come from different countries. We have 57 countries, alhamdulillah. And because of these, students that come from different countries, then we have a very rich experience in terms of sharing of the culture, differences, languages, and also most of our students are also, it's a good combination between the practitioners, means that the students who are working, and also the full-time students who are fresh graduates. Now, having the students who are working, what we call it staff, that also enable our students, particularly the fresh graduate, a very rich experience of the applied knowledge on Islamic banking and finance. So we are not only the students are not only getting the knowledge as regards to the concept on Islamic banking and finance, very much theory and whatnot, but also they will be exposed and they will also gain knowledge and experience, the real practical experience as regards to the, the real practice of Islamic banking and finance. Just to share, this is alhamdulillah, the awards that we received so far. I'm going to go through very brief on this. The point is that alhamdulillah, the recognition is there in terms of our specialization, expertise of Islamic banking finance, of our staff and academic, particularly the academic staff. Okay. The recent one, of course, we do get the Best Kulliyyah Award at the university level. We do have also top 30 contributors of research and whatnot. our strength is very much strong. We are very strong as regards to the research. Okay, these are some of the activities. Okay, I'm going to go through very brief on this. Okay, this is the main thing actually that I'm going to share with you. The programs that we do have, we have Masters of Science as well as PhD in Islamic Banking and Finance. Now, the program objective for this program, for both Masters as well as PhD, are about this. Actually, it's the same. We are talking about producing the high potential talents on Islamic Banking and Finance. Our approach is interdisciplinary approach. We go back to the very development, the very initial development of this institute. This Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance was initiated by 3 different Kulliyyah, law faculty, economics faculty, as well as IRK. Okay, so this is where from the very beginning, this interdisciplinary approach is always embedded throughout. We keep this all together throughout to ensure that the content of our curriculum must reflect these 3 scope, these 3, I would say, area. Okay, the legal, definitely, the economics and finance, okay, from the Kuliyyah of Economics and Finance, as well as the Sharia part. And that, because this is the nature of Islamic finance, that's the beauty and strength of Islamic finance. Number 2, of course, we are upholding the principles of Sharia, Maqasid al-Sharia. That's why in terms of when we look into this program objective, this is very much aligned to the university's objective. You know, it's always, we are always together in the Maqasid and whatnot. Why we are offering this program? Because there's a lot of demand for experts and professionals in Islamic banking and finance, not only in Malaysia, but also globally. Alhamdulillah, so far, our graduates have been everywhere globally, and they are the experts and professionals in Islamic banking and finance. Okay, they are central bankers after graduation. You know, our alumni are in the international body. They are in the central banks, and then a lot more. Okay. So our program structure in terms of masters, we have Master of MSc Islamic Banking and Finance, but we do offer also the modular program basis for masters, and also the students who subscribe for our program can also choose to do specialization. So the students can either go to the master's program, general. Okay, they can also choose specialization. Either they want to do Islamic Universal Banking, Capital Market, Takaful, Social Finance, and few more will be, we are going to offer, inshallah. But this is the existing program that we do have. Now, what's the difference between the normal program and the modular program? You know, the modular program is whereby the mode of the delivery, you know, will be slightly different compared to the normal one. Okay, whereby this is based on the normal practice is that if it is face-to-face session, it's going to be kind of a combination between the face-to-face as well as online. But having considered this existing situation of the MCO and then whatnot, so all programs are conducted online. The difference between number 1 and number 2 is that for number 2 is the shorter in nature, because you will be finishing your modular program basis within 1 year. For normal program, okay, the minimum requirement is 1.5 years. Okay, so students can choose either to do full research, mixed mode, as well as the coursework. Okay, so these are the program mode. These are basically the simple, what we call it, illustration of the normal coursework program. So you need to do 7 core courses. You need to choose 5 elective courses, and you need to do your research project. Okay. Now, the 04, the number 4 here, that depends on the case-to-case basis, whereby some student may be required to do prerequisite courses. This is actually to help students in terms of getting a good knowledge and then wholesome or comprehensive knowledge on Islamic banking finance. We may have, if I were to give examples, students from engineering. Okay, they come and they want to do Islamic banking and finance. So we may require them to do Sharia courses as a prerequisite, for example. because they may have not knowledge, they may do not have knowledge on that. They may be doing, depending on the background. So students, we will be looking into their academic transcript, okay, and then afterward we're going to propose, or we're going to recommend the prerequisite program courses for them to follow, okay. So these are basically, this is for modular program, slightly different. We have 7 core, 5 elective, and then also we have a research paper. Mode of delivery is slightly different. The time of the study period is 1 year. The specialization is whereby the students can choose which specialization that they would like to follow. Okay. Then the specialization is of which, you know, the students can either choose capital market, they can choose takaful, or they can choose social finance. Okay, so this is where the students can decide later. They can subscribe, they can what we call it, register for the normal program. Then afterward, okay, they may choose, for example, to do specialization. Okay, now move on. Okay, the mode of studies. Okay, I'm not sure whether you are following the right slides, because you know, the mode of studies for the coursework. Okay, for the coursework there are 7 core courses, 5 elective, and then of course you have a research project that you need to do. So that's the different maybe from other Kulliyyah program. Even though our program is a coursework program, but we do also require the students to do a research project. Okay, then let's move on. Okay, these are the list of courses you know, that we have offered, that we are offering to the students. Okay, and then I think maybe this is a bit too detailed, then I'm not going to go into that. Okay, now the study period. The study period for our master program is for full-time 1.5 year, except for modular just now, it is 1 year, but for the normal one is 1.5 year. Okay, that is the minimum. The normal is 2 years, and the maximum is 3 years. And then it is double for the part-time, because we do have part-time students as well, particularly for the you know, the students who are working. So for the working adults, for example, then they normally go for part-time. Okay, kindly note that for international students, they must be a full-time basis. Okay, it's just not on part, they cannot be on the part-time basis. Okay, so this is in terms of their load that they would like, that they must carry. Okay, for full-time, the maximum is 15, and then the minimum is 9, and then is kind of half. Okay, less than that. Okay, for the part-time students. Okay, now these are basically the overview of the components of the program that students is to take. Okay, so you have a components of Sharia, you have the components of economics and management. There are also law and governance, the application part of it. There are some risk management, financial technology. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, earlier I did mention about the 3 faculty that are the initiator for the establishment of the Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, IRK, River Knowledge, Law, as well as Economics. But now ICT also come into the picture, because we are also offering financial technology on Islamic finance, for Islamic finance. So we are working, there will be more courses to be developed further on IT related, inshallah. Okay, so we are bringing everyone you know, to together with us, inshallah. So this is again on the point of interdisciplinary approach that I did mention, I did highlight earlier. Okay, these are the research areas that students can choose. Okay, either for PhD as well as for masters for their project papers and whatnot. It is not limited to this, of course, but it can be any other related areas. Okay, that students can choose from. Now, this is a bit on the, what we call it, PhD in Islamic Banking and Finance. We have only one mode, that is full research, okay, full PhD. These are a bit of, in terms of the entry requirements, students can do either in Arabic as well as in English for their thesis. So they can choose, if they choose want to do in Arabic, then they can do so. Similarly, also they can do in English. Unfortunately, we have yet to offer in French, in other language. Hopefully, we will be able to do that, because there's a request actually from our friends in Algeria to teach our subjects in French. But we said that, sorry, we don't have any Frenchmen who are experts in Islamic finance between us. So could be later, inshallah. So there are certain entry requirements for English as well as Arabic. I think this is a kind of a general university requirement. Okay. And in terms of the study period, for full-time, the normal GOT, graduate on time, is 3 years. Okay, maximum is 6 years. For part-time is double than that. I believe that Dr. Fiham did mention this just now. So these are some examples of the study plan. Of course, in terms of the program that we are offering to the students for PhD, they have to take few courses, special requirement courses, including research methodology. Okay, so these are examples. These are the program structure that we do have. Okay, and of course, for PhD requirement, there are certain requirement of publication, not only that you need to complete your thesis, but also certain what we call it publication requirement. I'm not going to go into details. Dr. Fiham already mentioned this. This is a university requirement. Last but not least, to me, this is also good for us to share. What are the scholarship opportunities that we do have in IIBF? If you were to have the program with us, if you are our students, for example, in IIUM Institute of Islamic Banking, these are the possible scholarship opportunities that you can apply. We have Maybank Islamic Scholarship, we have Bank Islam, we have Bank Rakyat, and recently, Alhamdulillah, we managed to get quite a big fund from Noor Bank, which is based in Dubai, for our international students. Okay, so this Noor Bank is meant particularly for the international students. Okay, but the rest, either Maybank, Bank Islam, as well as Bank Rakyat, is open either for the international as well as the Malaysian students. I think I am done. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Any question, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Rosni. Any question from the participants? Okay, I don't think that there are any question yet. Maybe they will ask later. Okay, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Then we would like to move to our presenter today from Kulliyyah of Information and Communication Technology, Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman bin Ahlan from the Deputy Dean of Postgraduate KICT. Tafadhal, Dr. Rahman.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Inshallah, I would like to introduce the Kulliyyah of ICT and some of the PG programs that we offer. And I think the tune of my presentation, inshallah, will be just an overview because we would like to invite, the prospective students to find more information about the program that our Kulliyyah offer. Because our programs are not all necessarily specialized for graduates or those who have background from ICT. We also have programs where students or maybe those who have background in other areas or disciplines can also join and apply in some of our programs. Okay, let me just share my screen. Okay, I just want to make sure that can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, so the picture that you are seeing now is our building in the campus. So our Kulliyyah building is actually outside of the university central ring. So maybe the only Kulliyyah which is not in Gombak, which is not inside the university, central ring. So we are a bit outside of the central ring, but it is easy to find the Kulliyyah. Okay. It is just opposite of the engineering, Kulliyyah of Engineering. So as you pass the main IIUM Cultural Center, and after that Kulliyyah of Architecture, you will find that there's a junction uphill on your left. So that's where our Kulliyyah is situated. Okay. All right. So just a bit of history about our Kulliyyah. Our Kulliyyah actually started in 1998, not as a full-fledged Kulliyyah, but it was as a department in the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management. And then because it does not have yet its own building, so it moved from Kulliyyah of Economics, later moved to the Kulliyyah of Education from 2002 to 2011. And we moved to our own facility, which I've shown you earlier, the picture, in November 2011. Okay, but just a brief background. The Kulliyyah was upgraded into a full-fledged Kulliyyah in 2001. So at the start of the new millennium. This is now 2021. So KICT is should be celebrating its 20th anniversary, inshallah, in November this year. All right, so it's almost 20 years now. And the first dean of the Kulliyyah was Professor Dr. Adam Suhaimi. And then the leadership changed to Dr. Basir Hassan in 2007. And then 2008, Dr. Muhammad Adam Suhaimi again resumed the position. In 2011, we had the chance to have Prof. Tunku Muhammad bin Tunku Sembok, who is now an emeritus professor at the University of Pertahanan Malaysia, which is the National Defence University. During those times, there were a lot of improvement in terms of the programs that you offer, in terms of the services that the Kulliyyah also offered. So from time to time, over the 20 years, there have been a lot of changes and also transformation that has happened to the Kulliyyah. So the quality of the programs has also improved from time to time. In 2013, our current dean started his leadership position. Okay, Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, who is still our dean until this present time. He was from the Nanyang Technology University in Singapore before this. So again, under his stewardship, there were a lot of things and improvements to the Kulliyyah that happened. And because Prof. Abdul Wahab was once the deputy dean for postgraduate, so he continues to give emphasis on the postgraduate programs at the Kulliyyah. So we view that the postgraduate program is something that is very important, especially to steer research activities as well as to produce, academics, okay, with in-depth knowledge about the program that we offer. Okay, so generally this is our Kulliyyah ambition and mission. It's very much in line with the university vision, but particularly for the mission, we want to develop high-impact global players in ICT. We want to produce ICT leaders that has balanced knowledge, okay, and as knowledge workers. We also promote ICT as the sustainable enabler to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. So this is something which is in line with the university vision and mission. Okay, just to give you an idea of our ICT family members, especially the Kulliyyah, both the academics as well as the administrative staff. In terms of size and strength, we have about more than 60, in many of them having different specialization and expertise. So Alhamdulillah, we are very fortunate to have some of important professors that make up our list of expertise in the Kulliyyah. So if you don't know yet, this is our Dean of the Kulliyyah, which is Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab bin Abdul Rahman, our Dean. Okay, now comes the programs that you offer in the Kulliyyah. So altogether, we have 7 programs that we offer in the Kulliyyah, 5 at master level and 2 at PhD level. We have Masters of Business Intelligence and Analytics, which is one of our latest edition in the Kulliyyah, and because we want to make sure that our programs are relevant, so we want to make sure that we offer programs that are highly in demand and that also is in line with some of the new knowledge that we need to promote and also to turn into curriculum, so that they will be in the landscape of job market, and also in terms of the knowledge that we need as a nation. We will be part of the player, offering our expertise and also programs as an academic institution. Okay, so we have Masters of Business Intelligence and Analytics, and then we have Masters of Protective Security Management, which we have offered since 2010. And then Masters of Information Technology, Masters of Library and Information Science, and then we also have Masters of Computing, Computer Science and Information Technology. You will notice that the first 4 programs, these are programs that we offer either on coursework only, okay, or coursework and mixed mode. Okay, so you can opt for either taking the program and on coursework only mode, or on mixed mode where you have a research component in it. And in most of our curriculum design, we have made sure that if it is a mixed mode program, then the research component will be at least 70%, okay, of the entire content of the curriculum. Okay, so the coursework will be 30%, and then the mixed mode will be about 70% in terms of proportion. And for those that are coursework only, then 100% of the programs or the courses will be in the coursework form. Okay, and then we have recently restructured our program and for Masters of Computing, for example, where we combine 2 of our previously Master of Computer Science and also Master of Information Technology into a consolidated program. So it now becomes 2, and the scope of the programs become much broader. Okay, and this is for research, which is research only. So that if you are interested to do research in computing, then there will be a lot of areas where you can select in terms of your research topic, because this program offers, a broad-based research areas. I will try to share with you also, inshallah, a bit later in terms of what are the research area that we focus in our Kulliyyah. And then for PhD program, we have 2 PhD programs. One is the Doctor of Philosophy, Computer Science and Information Technology. Again, this is our consolidated research program, which we will start to offer starting from the new intake, which is the coming one. And we have, alhamdulillah, we have already received some application to join this new consolidated Doctor of Philosophy program. And this is only by research. And then finally, we have also research in a PhD in Library and Information Science, which we offer in 2 modes, the mixed mode and also research only mode. All right. Okay. So in terms of the eligibility to join into these courses, I think our programs follow the university minimum admission requirements. So generally, if you already have a bachelor's program and you want to join the master program, then if you have a CGPA of 3 and above, there will be no problem. If you have a little less than that, 2.75 normally we will also consider, but if you have even less than that, we really need to look at all other of your other credential and whether you have some relevant working background in this area. But we are quite open to provide opportunity to for everyone who are interested to join the program. Okay. So I think if you have inquiries or any question related to admission requirement, you can always check with the specific detail of the program, or you can ask CPS through their virtual counters after this. Okay. All right. I would like to also introduce you to some of our research areas in the Kulliyyah. So even though earlier I mentioned that computer science and information technology is a very broad area. But we have these 12 areas in our Kulliyyah that our Kulliyyah wants to develop the expertise. And some of these are quite advanced, and where some of the research group have turned into a center of excellence. Okay. But they are all interesting research areas. For example, number one, we have the perceptive and sentiment computing research area. We have cognitive and biologically inspired computing, another area, instructional design and technology, specific research in ICT and Islam. We have a group of researchers focusing on semantic body of knowledge and technology. And then cybersecurity, which has been the niche area for the Kulliyyah of ICT since inception. And in fact, cybersecurity research group have been turned into a center of excellence. And they have had a lot of achievements since its formation. And then we have also a research focus on social media analytics and business intelligence. We have also a group of our researchers that focus on information systems, internet and governance. Because nowadays you'll find that artificial intelligence, machine learning is also a growing area, and there are a lot of things that are happening out there in the market in terms of research and development as well as product that were released to the market. So computation and intelligence is one of the area that we're also developing. And then software and systems engineering. And we also have another group of research that focus on security, but this one is more on the soft side. So we call it information assurance and security. And finally, we also have a group of researchers focusing on Islamic banking, financial technology, and blockchain. For example, in the fintech, there's some collaboration with the Iibf, like perhaps what we have heard earlier from Prof. Rosni. So there's some collaborations there. So these are the areas, and normally we encourage our students who have joined the Kulliyyah to actually align their research focus according to these research areas. But does not mean that these are the only research areas. You can also, if you have a topic or proposal for research that you would like to pursue, you can always submit. So even though it does not fall into any of this particular category, inshallah we'll have some of our expertise whom we can guide you in your research area. Okay, but by aligning your research to some of these research focus area, the advantage would be in terms of you have access to the facilities, because each of these research groups Kulliyyah has their own research lab. So altogether there are 12 research labs in the Kulliyyah, but right now because of the pandemic, the physical facility not that much occupied. But if it is not because of the pandemic, normally students will be to join the research lab so that they can focus on their research activity and also do their PhD or their research work at master level in these labs, so that they can easily interact with members of their research groups. And sometimes some of these research groups are also very active in terms of running their research unit seminars. So there will be a lot of sharing. So you'll be, inshallah, feel motivated when you align your research projects or research topic to these research areas. Okay, and more to that, sometimes there are members of staff in the research unit that have acquired a grant for research. So if you are fortunate, then you can also apply. If you are a member of these research groups, you can also apply through the principal researchers, as research assistants, so that that can also help you financially to do your research, as well as to also help you in your publication. Okay, as well as meeting the publication requirement for the purpose of graduation. Okay, so those are some of the objectives. So we really encourage those of you who are interested to do research in any of this area to submit your application through the e-admission system of the university, and you can also submit your research proposal related to this area. Okay, just to share with you some of the achievement of the Kulliyyah. For example, last year we noticed that the India Analytics magazine have recognized our Master in Business Intelligence Analytics of the university as one of the top 5 among the 7 leading Malaysian universities that are offering study in data science. So, so these are independent, recognition. Just to note that our analytics program is also considered as one of the leading program, and together with some of the research universities in Malaysia. And in fact, our program we found better than 2 other research university programs that are also offering the same study discipline in this area. Okay. Our Kulliyyah are active in terms of participating in competitions, okay, in conferences. So we encourage our students to take part. Okay, our student, for example, Najma, who's also shortlisted to graduate in this semester as one of the, shortlisted as one of the, best student. And then she won the 3-minute competition in 2018. Our Kulliyyah normally will promote showcase that are done by our final year project student, and then we live together with the postgraduate colloquium. Okay, so that because we want to make sure that our students are not just doing research for the purpose of doing research, we want to also develop communication skill to propagate the knowledge to the society. Okay, so we will help to also do the part as a Kulliyyah to promote the student, projects and activities. Okay, so we do this showcase and colloquium every year. Okay, this year our students are participating with the university level postgraduate colloquium. Okay. And our Kulliyyah also have a lot of collaboration with the members of the industry. So these are some of the leading names where our students do industrial attachment. And we maintain good, inshallah, relationship with some of these companies and organizations, so that for postgraduate students who need to collect data from companies, for example, this good relationship will facilitate the process. Okay, so this is something that the Kulliyyah will continue to do. And then we organize, career week, which we are joined by the undergraduate and also the postgraduate students. The Kulliyyah also have a lot of seminars and workshops, so students can continue to learn outside the courses that they take. Okay, so because it's something that we encourage all students to participate. Okay, because the knowledge that you gain in the Kulliyyah, in the university, should not just be limited to what are delivered during the classes, okay, and the courses that you take. So in fact, many students have benefited from, a lot of seminars and workshops that we organize outside the class hours. Okay, so if you join on board into the programs that we run in the Kulliyyah, we really encourage you to participate in the seminars and workshops. In fact, during the pandemic, there are continuous series of online programs, of seminars, colloquiums, which we continue to encourage our students to participate and attend. Okay. And then there are also recognitions, for example, like one of our Professor Dr. Muhammad Rizal Wahidin, who is now a Datuk, is assuming the rectorship of the University of Sciences of Malaysia at the moment. But in 2018, he was elected as the fellows of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. Okay, and then these are some of our achievements. Because our Kulliyyah representing IIUM also is an active member of the ICPC, International Collegiate Programming Contest. Okay. And then one of our academic staff is also recognized as distinguished leadership at the Asia level. Okay, and as I mentioned to you earlier, one of our research lab or research group that are now have been upgraded into a center of excellence has been accepted as a fellow member of the Okinawa lab in Japan. So these are the continuous recognition that we have at the Kulliyyah level. So we really encourage you to apply to any program that you're interested in our Kulliyyah, and we really welcome you to all. Okay, thank you very much. I think that is all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Rahman, for the briefing just now. I think we'll keep the question later, either through our virtual counter or through the chat box later. Okay, thank you, Dr. Rahman. Now we move on to our next presenter, which is Assistant Professor Dr. Zuraini Abdul Hamid, who will be representing Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Law as well as Harun Hashim Law Center. Tafadhal, Doctor.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation before I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank to our Dean of CPS, Prof. Ida Madiha, organizing committees. Can you hear me? Yes, right? Okay, organizing committee, and also I would like to thank to all the colleagues, my brothers and sisters. For this session, I am going to represent our ICOL, Ahmad Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Laws, and I will be presenting on the postgraduate programs that offer by our offices. When we talk about Ahmad Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Laws, we will talk about two offices that offer postgraduate program. First one is postgraduate office, ICOL, and the second one is Harun and Hashim Law Center. And in this session, I will go one by one, so it will not confuse you. Okay, first one, let me discuss about postgraduate programs that offer by our first office, Ahmad Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Law. Okay, these are the program that offered by our office. Basically, we offer you two main programs, PhD program and also master program. For master program, for PhD program in laws, this one is thesis based, means that you need to conduct your research, and at the end of the term, you need to come out with a thesis. And the mode of program is on full-time and part-time basis, and it will cover wide research areas. After this, I will share with you what is the areas that we will cover at our PG office. And the requirement, of course, you may refer to our website, and also for further requirements, you may ask our CPS counter. And then this is our expertise. This is the areas that you may cover for your PhD research. We have international law expert, Prof. Dr. Abdul Ghafur. We have corporate law, corporate governance and ethics expert. We have expert in real property law, ADR, legal system, and also intellectual property law. And for our Dean for CPS, we have Prof. Ida Madiha, for example, for the intellectual property law. So if you want to pursue your study for our PhD program at Postgraduate Office, you may conduct your thesis or research under the supervision of Prof. Ida Madiha. Okay, and then we also have active expertise in public international law of the sea, mergers and acquisition, law of tort, constitutional administration law, family law, Sharia law, and medical law. Basically, we have a lot of expertise, and our expert is based on the market needs. Okay. And then the second programs offered by our postgraduate office is Master of Comparative Law, MCL. For this program, MCL program, this program is, there are three program structure for Master of Comparative Law. First one is by research, the second one is by coursework, third one is by mixed mode method. For research, there are two compulsory subjects that should be taken by you, and at the end of the term, at the end of the duration of the study, you need to come out with a thesis. And the second mode is a coursework. For coursework is if you love to go to the classes, attending lectures, have discussion face-to-face or online discussion with the lecturers and on various subjects. So you may opt for this coursework method. Normally the class will be will be organized after the office hour, depending on the lecturers and also the students. And if you opt for the coursework, you need to complete 8 subjects, and most of the students will normally take 4 subjects during the first. And if you opt for the coursework, you need to complete 8 subjects, and most of the students will normally take 4 subjects during the first semester, and for the remaining 4 subjects during the second semester. So you may finish your MCL within 1 year. And then the third structure is on mixed mode, where this is a combination of the coursework and research. If you opt for MCL of mixed mode, means that you need to finish 6 subjects, and also at the end of the duration of the study, you need to come out with the one dissertation for your master program. Okay, entry requirement, again, you may refer to our officer, our office, and also our website. And then basically this is our program fees for master and also for PhD program. If you can see, the difference is there is a difference, of course, between the local and international. As you know that a public university in Malaysia, and also our students, the fee is sponsored by Government of Malaysia, Ministry of Higher Education. That is among the reason why the fee is differ from international and local students. For example, for PhD program, for local, you need to spend about 14,435 ringgit for your PhD program. For international student, you need to spend double kan, about RM 32,400 ringgit for your PhD program. But for more info, what is the stages of payment, you may refer to our website. Okay. And then the duration of study. This is among the famous question asked by the student. As I mentioned earlier, for our Master of Comparative Laws programs, we offer you on three modes. Okay, for normally you can finish your Master of Comparative Laws within 2 semesters, within 1 year. If you go for coursework, for example, you need to finish 8 courses, 8 subjects, and you can finish within 1 year. That one is 2 semesters. But you may also finish within 4 semesters. This one is for minimum term, and also the maximum term to finish your Master of Comparative Law is 6 semesters, 3 years. And if you opt for our PhD program in laws, there will be 2 modes, part-time and full-time. If you opt for part-time, the minimum mode is the minimum year is 3 years. The normal years is also 3 years, and the maximum years to complete your part-time research is 8 years. And for if you opt for full time, so the minimum is 4 semester, and the normal period for the study is 12 semester, and the maximum one is 6 semester, 3 years. So these are the duration of studies. Okay. How about the application? Basically, the application is open throughout the year. There will be 3 intakes in September, February, and also June. However, if you want to be enrolled in certain month, it is advisable for you to follow the closing date to make sure that your submission or your application is made before the closing date. For example, if you are the international student, if you want to be enrolled to September intake, you need to submit your application before 30th of June. If you are Malaysian student and you want to be enrolled during before the September intake, you must submit your application before the 31st of July of the year. The processing fee, okay, this one is for international law, you need to pay the processing fee of 100 USD, and for local student, Malaysian student, you need to pay 100 ringgit. But if you have further question, you may ask our virtual CPS counter, and also you may contact this respective officers or individual. For your information, our director is Associate Professor Dr. Asia. So this is the email and Asia. Then we have 3 officers there, Madam Hafiza, Madam Fasiah, and Madam Hayati. So if you have any question, you can call this number, and also you can email to our officer, the respective officer. Okay, and then due to pandemic COVID-19, we have made decision that we will have remote supervision, also non-resident policy, where you may do your master at any time, anywhere, and there will be monitoring process from our Kulliyyah and also our supervisors. You may enroll to our PhD program and master program at any time. Don't worry about supervision. We will conduct our supervision remotely, and also we will have online supervision also. So again, I am sharing the other number and also other email for if you have any question or queries about the programs. Okay, that's all for our postgraduate office program offer at Ahmad Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Law. This is our email. Okay. Finish already this one. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Sorry, actually I'm talking to the screen. I can't see you. That is the reason why I keep asking. Okay. Now we move to Harun and Hashim Law Center. Okay, for Harun and Hashim Law Center, basically, the same. For Harun and Hashim Law Center, I am the Deputy Dean at Harun Hashim Law Center. And the director for Harun and Hashim Law Center is Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Haji Ali. Okay. Just wait for the screen. Can you see the screen?
No.
Not yet. Okay.
Yes.
This one, right?
Just appearing, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Basically, I don't want to confuse you. What is Harun and Hashim? What is postgraduate office at ICOL? Basically, these 2 offices under ICOL, Ahmad Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Laws. That's why in the beginning of the presentation, I told you when we discuss about the postgraduate program offered at ICOL, we are talking about 2 offices. Of course, the main office is postgraduate office ICOL, and Harun and Hashim Law Center is the business unit for ICOL, Ahmad Ibrahim Kulliyyah of Laws. But we have offering the different programs, even though we have 2 offices, but the program offers are differ to each other. Okay, we have our master program at at Law Center. Okay, for Law Center, basically we have 2 main programs. First one is master program. The second one is postgraduate diploma programs. Okay, the 4 master programs offered at Law Center is LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, IOL, LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance, and LLM in Business Law. What is interesting about our LLM program at Law Center is, regardless of your educational background, you may enroll to our LLM programs. Means that even though you don't have any law background, you may join our program. You may pursue your study in our master program without having a law background education. Even though your bachelor is in, for example, accounting or IRK or social science or finance, you may pursue your study in our LLM program, and it depends on your interest which program that you want to enroll. And other than that, we have 2 postgraduate diploma program. This is our famous program at Law Center. We have 2 programs, Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary, or known as DAISH program. And the second one is we have Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice, DSLP. I will explain detail what is the program is all about. Okay, for LLM program, for master program, the duration of study is, if you opt for full-time, you can have your master degree within 1 year. So in 1 year, we have 3 semesters. So if you opt for full-time, you can have your master within 1 year. And the second mode offering for LLM program also is on part-time basis, where you may finish your study within 2 years, accumulate to 6 semesters. And for the intake, yes, like our postgraduate office, I call, the intake also is throughout the year in September, January, and also May. So you can submit your application at any time. And then for our diploma program, just now we have DAISH and DSLP. DAISH in Bahasa Melayu is Diploma Pentadbiran Kehakiman Islam. The medium, the language used in this program is Bahasa Melayu. So for Diploma Pentadbiran Kehakiman Islam, DAISH program, this one is for those who want to become a Syari'i judge, and the requirement is you may have qualification in Sharia. You need to have a qualification in Sharia, local or from international institution. So if you want to opt for DAISH program, the duration of study is 3 semesters. If you opt for full-time, and if you opt for part-time basis, it will take about 5 semesters. Again, intake is throughout the year. And if you want to opt for DSLP program, we offer you the duration of study for 5 semesters. For our DSLP program, we only have part-time basis. Normally, the classes, the lectures will be conducted during the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Because of what? Because we want to cater our adult working students. So for the SLP, who are the candidate for the SLP? If you want to be a Syari'i lawyer, you may opt for this DSLP program, because for certain states, for example, Selangor, Perak, it is a requirement. It is compulsory. It is a must for you to have a diploma in Sharia practice. And this one is offered at Harun Hashim Law Center. And just to share with you, one of our lecturer is Ketua Hakim Syari'i Malaysia, Dato' Naim Haji Mukhtar. And he is teaching our DAISH and DSLP program at Law Center. Okay, so again, the medium is in Bahasa Melayu, but the requirement is you must has a LLB qualification. You must have a law background for this program. Okay, just to share other diploma courses that we are offering at Law Center. For the current, to date, we have diploma courses with government bodies and institutions. We have diploma in Law and Correctional Science with Jabatan Penjara Malaysia, Prison Department, and also we have diploma in Immigration Law, DPIL, with Jabatan Immigration Malaysia. And also we are offering certificate. This one is online and face-to-face basis. We also have special program with Bar Council offering certificate and training programs online and also face-to-face basis. And also we are now working on executive diploma for immigration program with immigration officer and academic immigration of Malaysia. So we at the same time we also have a program with international institution. Recently we have a collaboration with one of the body with Singapore. So what is the purpose of sharing this? Why I share this? Because even though we are business unit, doesn't mean that we are not qualified to offer you, to give you the best educational program. So our program is recognized not only at national level but also at international level, where we at a national level we have a good collaboration with government bodies, with enforcement bodies in Malaysia. Okay, if you have any question or inquiries, please we welcome you to visit our webpage. We have our own webpage. We have our own Facebook. So please come and become our friends. You may ask question or you may give comment at our Facebook. Then this is our website and our phone number, or you may email us at any time. There will be a respective officer that can or will answer your questions. Okay, that's all for my session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuraini. I see that Dr. Noor Asia has already answered some of the question on the chat box. Okay, and then maybe the student can proceed either through the chat box or through our virtual counter. Okay, we may now proceed to our last session before the lunch break for today. So Dr. Fauzia, I saw that you were in the session before. Okay, okay. So right now I would like to call upon Associate Professor Dr. Siti Fauziah binti Toha or Tohara from the Kulliyyah of Engineering to proceed with her presentation. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Alright, so I hope that the positive vibe is still there so that I can share interesting topics about postgraduate program at Kuliyyah of Engineering. Yeah. All right, so welcome everyone. Welcome to Kuliyyah of Engineering postgraduate programs. We have actually a little bit brief about our history of Kuliyyah of Engineering. We started our programs since 1992 and up until today. Our student enrollment is actually coming from various countries of the world, and if you wanted to embrace the environment and the experience of interacting with international students, therefore this is actually the answers what Kuliyyah of Engineering could offer you. Yeah, please come and join us, yeah, for our postgraduate programs. Yeah, all right. So I am Dr. Siti Fauziah Toha, the Deputy Dean of Postgraduate Studies at Kuliyyah of Engineering. So this is actually the mission and vision of our Kuliyyah as a whole, and we actually focusing on strategic direction for 2019 and 2020, and it is actually still continuation for humanizing engineering education towards viable ecosystem. Yeah. So with the main focus of this strategic planning, and we would like to also strengthen up the mission and vision to actually becoming a global center of innovative engineering education and research with values and professional ethics, and also to become a referral hub for engineering education and sustainable solutions based on Islamic principle for a better world. Yeah. All right. So let's look at what actually our office is offering. So this is actually the key anchor of our office. We have Sister Siti Salwiah, and we have Sister Sharifah, and also we have Sister Hamisa, which is the who's who at our office of postgraduate, whereby you can come and contact us directly with friendly vibes, and inshallah we will actually give you more information and also assist you throughout your journey as a postgraduate student at the Kulliyyah of Engineering. Yeah. All right. Just a little bit overview about the statistic. Yeah, the current statistic of our masters and also PhD program at the Kulliyyah of Engineering. This one is actually the statistic coming from 2007 and 2020, and of course we can see the quite about sine wave signal, but actually it is actually like a moving upward, whereby we are actually soaring up to about 500 students at the moment. Yeah. All right. When we talk about the Kulliyyah for Engineering postgraduate program, we have actually about 7 various departments at the Kulliyyah, whereby we have chemical engineering department, and we have actually a civil engineering department. We have also electrical and computer engineering department. And to those who really wanted to look at manufacturing and manufacturing and material, you can come and join us under the manufacturing and material. And we have also mechanical department, whereby we concentrating into both automotive and as well as aerospace. Yeah, aerospace programs. And last but not least, we have mechatronics and also science department. Yeah. So if we look through, we have actually different various program and different type of mode at Kulliyyah of Engineering. But of course, our faculty is very much geared up towards transdisciplinary approach, whereby we have a very strong correlation between quadruple helix collaboration between university, academia, industry, as well as the society. Yeah. And also our program, our postgraduate program offers, of course, to Bachelor of Engineering graduates. Yeah. But however, we also very much welcome and ahlan wa sahlan to all those students from Bachelor of Science degree. But however, you have to actually sit for some prerequisite courses before you enter to the program. Yeah. And also, please also bear in mind that there's certain English language entry requirement that you need to fulfill. For example, you need to achieve about band 5 for either, yeah, you can choose either IELTS, or you can actually opt for our EPT, which is English placement test, whereby you are required to obtain a 5 band. And also, if you have TOEFL, certificate also, we are going to consider based on paper base of 550, computer base of 213, as well as internet base of 79. Yeah. All right. So if we look at here, this is actually the list of courses, list of programs under mixed mode. Yeah. When we talk about mixed mode, it is actually comprises of both coursework, whereby you need to take few courses, subjects, as well as you need to fulfill your research as a dissertation. And when we talk about coursework, it is actually about 79%. 79% of the courses need to be taken up by the courses. Yeah, courses. So we have here actually courses program offered by Department of Mechanical, whereby we are concentrating on automotive and mechanical. Yeah, automotive and mechanical. And we have also from biotech engineering, and right now we are actually merging into computer engineering. And for electrical and computer science, we have 3 types of option for master's program, whereby we have computer and information engineering, and we have also masters of science in electronic engineering, and we have also communication engineering. Yeah. So for manufacturing and material, you can actually focus out your research into either manufacturing engineering or material engineering. So since right now the whole world is taking the whole world is actually expecting about IR 4.0, about artificial intelligence. So mechatronics engineering, under Masters of Science in Mechatronics Engineering, we could offer all those artificial intelligence. We could have focus also on the robotics and optimization and so on and so forth. Yeah. All right. Now, after seeing the mixed mode program as well as the coursework program, we have also program on full research, on a full research by specialization. So as of current, we have 14 different specialization that we could offer. Quite similar with what we offered in masters by mixed mode as well as masters by coursework, with an additional specialization in engineering science, engineering mathematics, chemical engineering, as well as biochemical engineering. That is why you should explore. You should explore the opportunity of research and publication where we could offer in Kulliyyah of Engineering. PhD in engineering, even though the name is quite general, but in fact the specialization comes through according to the area of focus that you are doing in your research. Yeah? All right. So this is actually another important things that you should know as a potential student for the next coming program. Yeah, for the next coming program. So this is actually the study duration of the program at Kulliyyah of Engineering, whereby we can divide it. Yeah, we can divide the status of studentship into both full-time and part-time. So, but however, for international student, you can only opt for full-time student. Yeah. So if we look at here for master's program full-time student, the minimum duration is 1 year. Yeah. Whether you are taking masters by research, or whether you are taking my masters by coursework, or whether you are taking masters by mixed mode. Yeah. It's a combination of coursework and research. The minimum duration is 1 year. So you should plan, and you could plan yourself properly to maximize your achievement, to maximize and gear up your research accordingly. Yeah. All right. Well, with respect to that, also for PhD, for PhD, which is Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering, the minimum duration also will be 2 years. Yeah? The minimum duration will be 2 years. That is why it is very important for you as a potential student to really plan and also discuss first with your potential supervisors. Yeah? Potential supervisors, what are the areas of topic of specific area that you wanted to venture on, and what is actually the current trend. Yeah? What is actually current trend, because we are actually moving towards moving towards IR 4.0, and no doubt we are actually playing hand in hand with the industry. Of course, in Kulliyyah of Engineering, we have a lot of interesting research have been done and going on, and it has been actually in the level of commercialization, and it is actually have been take up by the industry to be used at the real application of science. Yeah. All right, this one is actually quite a bit detail of the program structure, but this is how how you could understand, when we talk about masters by coursework and research, this is actually the division of the credit courses, whereby the dissertation is actually coming up for the half of the total course credit, which is 21, and you need to actually take up about 15 engineering courses together with the university required courses, which is the IRK. This one is actually Islamic Revealed Knowledge courses, whereby we call it RKGS. RKGS course, and also the Kulliyyah required course as research methodology and seminar. So it is actually half, 21 for courses, 21 for dissertation. Dissertation means you are actually doing your research, your simulation, and then you validate using your experimental work, and then you come out with your dissertation, and then it is going to be examined by the examiners. All right, coming to the masters by coursework only. Masters by coursework only, it is actually quite the same, similar study plan as compared to the masters by coursework. However, it is just that the project paper weightage in terms of course credit, it's quite a little bit lower, which is actually require only 12 credit hours. And also, of course, for masters by research, your full course credit will be divided and will be given under thesis with the combination of taking the course category of RKGS as well as research methodology. And also just a little bit note, so no exemption for RKGS courses is actually given for those alumni of our previous student. All right. Another assistance, because I think this is also a good indication for you to know. Because when we talk about research and publication, of course we are offering some sort of assistantship in terms of to those who wanted to attend a conference, or to those who wanted to publish in a journal. And also this is why you should think of this is why you should think of coming and join Kulliyyah of Engineering, whereby we have plenty of postgraduate assistantship opportunity, whereby we have president assistantship. This is actually at university level, at university level, whereby you can apply for Sejahtera Award, Khair Award, as well as Imtiaz Award for Malaysian student only. And I would like to also introduce you, and also I would like to promote to you, because at Kulliyyah of Engineering we have our special postgraduate tuition fee waiver scheme. This is actually special for new intake of Kulliyyah of Engineering student, new intake of the coming semester, and we are going to actually start promoting this one soon. This is actually quite a very good offer, whereby it will cover both your study fees, your tuition fees, as well as your recurrent fees. So please use up all this opportunity and venture out throughout our Kulliyyah of Engineering postgraduate program. All right. So we are actually coming to the end, whereby we always say that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. That is why we have a postgraduate student association, under the Kulliyyah of Engineering, under our office, the Office of Deputy Dean of Postgraduate, whereby you can actually handle a lot of activities with regards to your, not only your research and publication, but your overall student life at Kulliyyah of Engineering. So please feel free, feel free to go through our website, and also you can also join us under PGSA KOE support group if you need to know further about Kulliyyah of Engineering. So I think that's it from Kulliyyah of Engineering. But I think before that, I would like to also show you some video promotion. I would like to also show you some video promotion that has been prepared by our PGSA, Postgraduate Student Association Committee. So let's see together. All right.
Memang tak ada sound ya, Doktor?
Oh, patut ada sound. I also don't know why.
To check a certain box. When you're sharing, there's a box underneath there. You have to check it.
Let me check. So this is actually the activity during our 25th anniversary of Kulliyyah of Engineering, whereby our rector and president is actually visiting our booth, yeah, our booth of Postgraduate Student Association. So it is very much a lot of programs actually being done by the committee. Correct. We also actually having some sort of 3-minute thesis, and these are all the what is actually the activities going on during the MCO period. And we of course of course focusing still on the research and publication, whereby we assisting the student on how to write a journal paper. And this is actually the Merdeka Day celebration during Merdeka Day on the 31st August of last year. So this is actually a welcoming session of our new Dean of Kulliyyah of Engineering together with our postgraduate committee, whereby we are discussing about what is actually the future plan that we are going to look through for the next coming years, in terms of promotion, in terms of looking at the quality and the quantity of the postgraduate student at the Kulliyyah of Engineering. All right, so this is actually all the webinar related to research, publication to high impact journal, how to defend your thesis, how to do good experimental setup, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So that is why you should come and join us at Kulliyyah of Engineering. Yeah, together we are to the guardian of knowledge and virtue. All right. So I think that's it, because even though it's quite a short presentation, but I hope everybody knows and understand, and this is actually very much a good activities by CPS. Congratulations CPS for doing this, even though we are approaching the lunchtime. So anything that you wanted to ask, please do so. Yeah.
Just one question in the chat box. MJIMJ is asking, for KOE coursework project paper is 12 credits, yes, but some kuliah dissertation level is 9 credits. What's the difference?
That is why this is actually the beauty of you studying in IIUM, because we are actually following each and individual rules of the kuliah. So this is actually when we talk about Masters by Coursework, this is a program accredited by the MQA. Yeah, when we talk about coursework, it is 12 credit hours, meaning that we are looking at the 12 credit hour. When we talk about 12 credit hours, meaning that you need to spend about 12 hours. Yeah, you need to spend about 12 hours a week doing your research, doing your research. That is where we are seeing research still our first and utmost number one critical area that we are focusing in. However, you should also need to take up the courses, but please, that one is actually not going to be a hindrance, because we have a lot of expert and we have a lot of friendly lecturers and friendly experts at Kuliyyah of Engineering who could help you. And you need to also understand that Kuliyyah of Engineering, normally we are actually the largest recipient of the research grant. So in terms of research funding and research equipments and research components, we can actually offer you the utmost condition, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Fauzia, for your.
Thank you very much. I'll see you again. Couldn't wait to see all of you to join Kuliyyah of Engineering.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Welcome back for the afternoon session. I hope that all of you are still awake because after we have our lunch, our big lunch, then probably our eyes is also wanted to close in the afternoon session. I hope that you are still following us for another 5 kuliah this afternoon. Okay, and then I would like to start the session by listening to Associate Professor Dr. Ibrahim, the Deputy Dean, Postgraduate Kulliyyah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences. Tafadhal, mashkurah, Dr.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera to everyone. Thank you, Madam Aswa. Thank you, Dr. Pamilia, for joining us. I am not so sure how many departments are joining us. Sister Mazlawati is also joining us, but she is now in the clinic. Before that, I would like to show you a very short and simple multimedia because I want to share the message from the Dean and not so much interesting slides for you to watch, but I hope that you can enjoy the message from the Dean before we carry on with the interactive session. And I hope you can also send your questions on the chat box. Perhaps we can revisit that later. So after the slideshow, I will share with you some slides. And please feel free to interject if you have any question. So let's enjoy the slides that we have prepared in a very last minute manner. All right. Yes.
We can't see your video or your presentation.
Why? Okay, let me try once more. Okay, I dismiss. I try once more. It has. Okay, let me try once more. Okay, now I think I'm doing it right. Once more time. Can you see it now? I've not. Okay.
Yes, Alhamdulillah.
All right, once more.
Everybody looks forward to having good quality of life here and in the hereafter. How to have good quality of life? To have quality life here or in the hereafter, you need knowledge. For those of you who have completed your studies for your first degree here or in other places, we congratulate you. We believe that the knowledge that you have acquired at your undergraduate level has enabled you to relate to issues that you observe in your surrounding. The knowledge, the skills that you have acquired in your undergraduate programs also, and enable you to pursue your studies at the postgraduate level. We welcome you to join us in the postgraduate programs in the Kuliyyah of Islamic Liberal Knowledge and Human Sciences, either at master's level or PhD level. In the postgraduate programs in the Kuliyyah, you will have the opportunities to work with our scholars in producing knowledge, in applying knowledge, in relating knowledge for good use in society. Knowledge that we acquire in the Kuliyyah, knowledge that we are going to generate together with your supervisors or professors, will enable you to apply them for good use in the society. In the Kuliyyah, we integrate Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences, so that the Islamic revealed knowledge principles, the human sciences knowledge and principles could be combined together and applied to solve issues in the society, so that we can help society in changing, in developing, and also in improving their quality of life. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's join us. Let's join other fellow postgraduate students and scholars in the Kuliyyah to generate knowledge and disseminate it for the benefit of mankind. Welcome to the Kuliyyah of Islamic Knowledge and Human Sciences, and be ready to be producing and consuming knowledge for good use of yourself and others.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear students, are you a kind of person who loves reading, thinking and writing? Are you passionate about going in depth in the area you are now studying? In IIUM, we hope to nurture in postgraduate students the characteristics of a responsible researcher. So you study not only because you love to, but most importantly, because you want to bring transformation in yourself, in the way you perceive knowledge and use knowledge. Hopefully, you can help to transform the society by changing their way of thinking and doing things. Are these possible? Indeed, it is. So, why wait? Let's join us in this mission possible. See you in Kulliyyah, guys. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alright, that's it for the video clip. So let me share with you the slides. At least I have something concrete to discuss with all of you. Alright, where am I just now? Alright, can you see the slides now?
Yes, doctor, we can see it.
Okay, alhamdulillah. I can't see all of you now because I am on my slides. So if there is anything, just speak out so I can address to your question. These are the academics bearers, but basically we have the other deputy deans, but I'm showing you those deal with PG affairs. So the dean, most specifically, is very concerned about our PG program. So I always get short notice from him. Even when students email him, so I'll get from him. So if I don't reply you, the dean will remind me. So this is Al-Faqirah Ilallah, myself, and Dr. Muhammad Farid Al-Fijawi. He's looking into research affairs. These are the staff at my office, so you will have to deal with them. Sister Ati on the very far left is very cooperative. I think she is with us now, except that she cannot, what you call that, put on her video because she's in the clinic. And the rest are administrative staff that deals with your applications. Okay, so let me introduce you to the vision and mission of the Kulliyyah. Yeah, the vision of our Kulliyyah is to be the center for educational excellence and research in Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences. So this is very big and ambitious vision. We are integrating the two divisions at the Kulliyyah, IRK and Human Sciences. Yeah. So I hope you can gauge from this vision that what we expect from you when you start your research at the Kulliyyah. We hope that your research will be able to integrate between these two components, regardless whether you belong to IRK or you belong to Human Sciences. We are now encouraging cross departments, yeah, collaboration in terms of research and supervision. So how do we realize that? We hope that your research will be able to integrate IRK and human sciences, or if you are in the human sciences disciplines, you are able to Islamize in terms of the research area or research titles, yeah. Relevant ties, this is for people in IRK. Of course, you can discuss classical issues, classical works, manuscript, but we want also to know what is the relevance of doing research in that particular area. For example, you go to the Malay manuscripts about the problems of Aqidah of the Malay people in certain period of time. So how do you relate that problems of Aqidah to our context, yeah? And also research and innovation in the disciplines of Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences. So whatever that can be regarded as new to your research. Whenever we talk about research, we talk about research gaps. So I would like to encourage all of you from now on, if you're interested to have good literature readings or review, and then hopefully you can find the research gap whereby you can write a title on that research, based on that research gap. But for you to be able to know what is this research gap, how do I detect it, you need to enroll to our program first, and then we will, explain to you. It's going to be very fun to know that there are still gaps in the area that you are interested in, and you are able to explore further. Okay, so basically in my office, we deal with all these processes. I believe DDPG office in the university also are dealing with this. So many, I think 22 processes that we are dealing with PG programs. Yeah. These are the coordinators at the department. Sometimes I receive questions from the students, who do I deal with if I have question about my program, about my curriculum, about my nomination of supervisor, so on and so forth. Okay, I would like to tell you that at PG level, we have, every department has little number of students in comparison to UG. So basically, your relationship with the lecturers are closer in comparison to undergraduate student. So you have a coordinator at your department to whom you can write to. Actually, they know from A to Z, I would say they know the processes that I've shown to you just now, or at least if they don't know the administration of it, they will refer to myself or to the administrative staff at the DDRRI office. Yeah. Okay, I would like also to tell this, I forgot to highlight this. The only kuliah that is named Deputy Dean Responsible Research and Innovation is KIRKHS. So what is the difference between DDPG and DDRRI? Well, not so much different except for the name, but I think in terms of the spirit, we are now propagating our students, our lecturers to do more research that are impactful, that are giving return to the society, to the stakeholders. That's why we call it responsible research, and we are looking forward for true research that can bring innovation. You can ask Dr. Pam. She has successfully completed her PhD and bring innovation in terms of dealing with HIV patients, kan Dr. Pam? I would like I would like to encourage students also to talk to Dr. Pam, because she's one of our breed, and she has successfully completed a PhD under very good supervisions of our academics. So if you belong to all these departments, you can look for the names, and then you can write to them, to their emails, or maybe you can also CC to the head of departments, or CC to myself. Normally, if students write to the lecturers and CC to me, and and later on no response were given, I will follow up with the individual lecturer. Alright, the study period. This has also to be counted, ya. Mana tahu you want to get married ke, kan? This is always something that I tell to my student. Even they cakap, okay lah, madam, I don't want to think about marriage, so on and so forth. But you have also to plan. You have to plan ahead. Let's say you want to marry after you study, or when you are in doing your study, kan? You need to plan, especially for female students, because you're going to maybe take maternity leave. So everything is counted, so you can plan for your study. So masters, you can finish in 1 year time if you are very, very hardworking, if you plan well. The maximum is 3 years. That, for example, if you take study leave, or you exceed your study period lah. The normal period is 2 years. After this, you will have to take, you have to apply for extension. For PhD, let's take a look at PhD. If you are doing full time, the maximum duration is 6 years. But come on, student, 6 years is too long for a PhD. You may want to start your career. So target to finish it in 3 years. Inshallah you can do it. I bet you can do it. Finish it in 3 years' time, send your manuscript in 3 years' time, even though there were students who managed to get the thesis examined and completed within the 3 years' time. But there are events that are unavoidable, so you are given the period up to 6 years. And if you are doing it part-time for 8 years, tapi ya Allah, 8 years is too long, please try as much as possible to get your study finished as soon as possible. Okay, so for the master's program, we have coursework, we have mixed mode, we have research. Coursework is that when you are not required to do a dissertation. So you take 10 courses, and then you have to do 2 research papers. I will tell you what is the difference between research papers and dissertation later. If you are doing mixed mode, 30% of the course, 30% of the credit hours goes to your courses. So you have 4 courses inclusive of research methodology and I think Islamization of knowledge. And then you write your dissertation. And for research only, not all departments have this for master's program, research only mode, because even if you apply for this, we need very good standing of you, not only in terms of your CGPA, but also if you have publications. All right. So, okay, how do you make sure that you are capable of completing your study within the stipulated period? Okay, if you are enrolling for full time, make sure by the end of the 2nd semester, you have had your proposal approved, which means that you have to defend your proposal during the 2nd semester. So by the 3rd semester and 4th semester, you can start you can proceed with writing your research. So you have 1 year to finish your thesis. If you're part-time, the latest would be the 3rd regular semester. So you have like an extra of I think 4 years time kan. So it's like 5 semesters. Alright, but for a research mode, from the very first semester lah, definitely otherwise what are you going to do, because you're not joining classes, so you're expected to write thesis. So but by the first semester you have to really come with a proposal, a complete proposal, and defend your proposal. Yeah. So for the coursework, so you can see that by the first semester, research methodology, core courses. Second semester, you do core courses together with research paper 1, and then semester 3, three courses and research paper 2. If you follow by this order, then you can actually graduate on time. But there are also students doing until semester 4 because you know, during the registration period, they didn't get the courses, or they normally can student wants to avoid research paper 1 in semester 2 because they think that it is still early, yeah, but it is not. Yeah, you can start writing research paper 1, but of course, I think what is important for you before you start with your research, either full research or either mixed mode or either research paper, this research methodology is very important. You have to enroll research methodology in the first semester to be able to help you to come with a research title. Alright. Mana lagi ni? Okay. I think the rest is the same lah. I want to. Okay, for PhD, I don't know how many master students are joining us. If you currently are our master student, I think you know already can the way we do things. So basically for mixed mode, you take only 30% of the credit hours for your courses, and you can get, I think if you have enrolled research methodology and Islamization of knowledge, you can get exemption now. So you can reduce your courses lah, you can reduce your courses. For research only, then you cannot be exempted from research methodology and Islamization. Sorry, this is for external students who did not do masters with us. Yeah. But if you have done your masters with us, and because you have publications, good publications, and you get the recommendation from the head of department, when you submit your application, we look at your credentials, oh, good publications are okay. So apart from exemption from research methodology and Islamization of knowledge, you can start writing your research. Actually, it is not difficult tau. But provided that you are you truly love writing and start writing from the very beginning, you enroll into master's program. Yeah. So if you are doing PhD research mode only, because I know many master students graduate from this university would like to enroll into research mode, but when we look at your applications, you do not have publication. So how do we facilitate? Or for example, you are doing coursework alone, you do not have the experience of writing a dissertation. So you still have to take the mixed mode method. Alright, can you change your status from full-time for part-time? There are situations when students found that in the middle of their study, they cannot pursue with because works lah, or health lah, or family lah, or logistics lah. So, but this is only applicable to Malaysian students. International students, you have to do full-time. So, of course, you have longer duration to complete your studies, but then you may have to postpone a little bit in terms of your career development because you have yet to finish your study. So, okay, and you have to apply it within your normal study period, which means, for example, if you're a master student, make sure that in semester 2, semester 3, semester 4, you decided you apply for it. Say for example, you are in semester 5, which means the third year of your study period, we cannot accept your application, changing from full-time to part-time. So that has to be applied during the normal period, normal study period, not during the extension period. Alright, for publication, this is quite I don't know, some master students say they are happy because they are no longer required to publish when they do their master's program. Because earlier on, we kind of encourage master students to publish, yeah. But last year, we have decided that Senate has endorsed that publication is only applicable to PhD student and master student by research mode. So if you're master student by research mode, you have to publish one from index journal and then 0.5 from any of the publications. Say for example, you join a conference, present your paper there, and then it is published, but that conference has to be indexed under Scopus and WOS. Yeah, what are these? You can talk to your lecturers lah. What are these eras, Scopus, World of Science, ISI, index, non-index? Can talk to your lecturers, they can help you. And PhD definitely you have to publish lah. PhD tak publish ni bungkus. Alright, so how thick is your thesis? 100 pages for master's program, approximately lah, 50,000 words. Actually, if one page about 600, 700, you end up with 85 pages. But that is excluding footnotes, tables, bibliography, so on and so forth. So basically about 100 pages, yeah. PhD thesis about 200 pages. Okay, research paper is half of the master thesis. So just imagine if you enroll for coursework, you write 2 research paper, the combination of the 2 research papers is actually equal to 1 thesis lah. But I know some students, they prefer to take coursework instead of writing thesis. At the end of the day, it is you who decide what your career would like, why do you want to enroll into master's program, and what is your aim after you finish your PG study. Yeah. So if you are interested, my dear students, by all means, please join us. But plan your study from day one. You register. Don't play lah. When we organize briefing to new student, please try as much as possible to join us. Yeah. And then time management is the key. Find time, allocate time, make time. That is the secret of writing. Yeah. Read as you write, and write as you read. If you want to enroll PG student, you cannot say that you don't like to read, because it is something that you have to do every day. Yeah. And also you have to learn and master research skills and tools. We have Smart. Smart offers many research tools, and at the Kulliyyah we are also offering you research tools. CPS also offering you research skills program. Please join. Yeah. Keep regular contact with your supervisor. Don't hide from your supervisor. Yeah, always be in contact, even if you have problems to write, even if you have some issues with emotional breakdown, for example, tell your supervisor of your condition, because he is going to be your mentor for at least 1.5 years. He will be able to understand if you are in certain difficulties. But if you keep quiet, you will not be able to know what actually you are facing. And work with GOT in mind. That's why I say you have to, from the very beginning, think of finishing your studies soon as possible. Finishing your studies soon as possible. Not to, okay lah, never mind, I have 3 years. I want to finish in 3 years. Yeah. So that will be it with regard to the slides that I prepared to all of you. I am actually looking forward for an interactive session, question and answer. They have good number.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Haslina. There's just one question on the chat box. Can we contact our lecturers before writing EPT, Brother Mustafa? I maybe he wanted to contact the any lecturer, because at this time, I think since you have not been assigned any supervisor yet, so it might be difficult for you to just contact anybody at this moment, right? Dr. Aslina?
Okay, EPT means English Placement Test ke?
Yeah, I think so.
IIM students have to take English Placement Test?
If I think he's just joined the university, maybe he has to sit for the EPT test.
Alright, yeah. If you're with Self-Pad, you have yet to enroll courses at the Kulliyyah. You are technically speaking students of Self-Pad. But you are free to browse the website of the Kulliyyah and look for the relevant academics. This is what I've said in the morning. Say for example, you have certain interest in certain area, look for the lecturers, look at his CV and find what are his applications, and then you may email him and say, okay, doctor, do you have any research in this area? Are you with certain funding? I'm interested. Can you guide me if I'm interested to write on this? Maybe he can guide you in terms of, okay, why don't you read this work, read this book, read this material, and then you can start thinking about developing the proposal, because developing a proposal requires you to read a lot, yeah, and of course under certain guidance. And then if the lecturer is with research funding, he can appoint you as research assistant. So when you nominate your supervisor, you can attach together the appointment as research assistant, and then you can write under his supervision. That's very ideal lah, Madam Maswa.
Yes, Dr.
And
I think you already answered the next question. So I'm so sorry that we have to move to our next session. Thank
okay,
you so
that's
much,
very quick.
Dr.
Tak
Haslina.
puas cakap dengan student.
But maybe during the kuliah briefing you can get more engagement with the students during that time.
Okay, Dr. Pam, you have anything to say? Boleh tak? Dr. Pam dah join kita, madam. Sekejap.
Okay.
Okay, sure. I'll keep it quick. I'm so sorry. I just want to share with all of you. Thank you so much for joining this meeting. And before you continue your postgraduate studies, always think about the intrinsic motivation of why you would want to continue. And then when you have the why, your decision will be even stronger. And when you do that, everything will, by God's grace, God willing, everything will be very smooth and good for you. So find the why and know that when you continue to postgraduate, your opportunities and your horizon expands so much, and you'll be able to fulfill so much good. Because I'm sure that the fact that you are enrolled in every course that you have enrolled in, you have a purpose and you have a direction and a motivation to do something with your life. And so when you enroll in PG courses, actually, what happens is your horizon expands and you'll be able to be so impactful. So I hope that you can keep that in mind and enroll in our courses.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pam.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, madam.
Jazakallah, Doctor.
Alright, okay. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Okay, so for our next session, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Azura Omar, the Deputy Dean Postgraduate of Kuliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences. Dr. Azura?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor, we can.
Okay, let me just share you the slide. I think I've already shared it. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so welcome to this session. I'm going to be talking about Kuliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences. This is the second twin sister of the oldest Kuliyyah in the university. Our twin sister is ICOL, of course. So we were the first Kuliyyah that was set up with ICOL, and we were the first to introduce a degree program, of course. Our former campus was in PJ, and our current campus, you can see the picture there. It looks quite nice, but it's an old building, so you can expect that there's a lot of issues with the building, but that's another different issue. This is just our mission and vision, what we hope to be able to do at the Kuliyyah. Of course, we are interested to be the leading faculty in research in the area of economics, accounting, business, and finance, okay, which includes both conventional as well as Islamic elements in it as well. We want to basically combined the two together, to marry the two together, because obviously there are certain things in conventional elements that you can also apply in Islamic elements, and there's also some stuff in the conventional side that you cannot apply. So that's where the Islamic input comes into place. Okay.
Dr. Azura, maybe you can change into slide presentation, Doctor?
I did change.
Because in our view, it's still like PowerPoint. It's okay, it's okay.
I did change. That's why I'm not a fan of technology.
Okay, then it's all right.
So this is the PG team. This is the academic team. I am advised in terms of the academic matter by 4 postgraduate coordinators, and this is the postgraduate coordinators that are helping me. We have Altons and one Rose, which is Dr. Amdino, which is for Department of Finance. Okay, our administrative team, again, it's all ladies, and you have their email address there where you can contact them to seek for information. But if you want to know more about the program, my suggestion to you is you go and contact the postgraduate coordinator. Okay, let's talk about the programs that we have. We have about 4 undergraduate programs, 4 master's program, and we have a new PhD program, which is a consolidated PhD program that combines the PhD of Economics, PhD of Accounting, and PhD of Business Administration. The reason why we combine is because finance also wanted to introduce their own PhD program, but at the time that they wanted to do it, KPT have already come up with some rules and regulations. So in this way, all the departments now have got an area of specialization. Our oldest program in terms of degree and masters is the economics program, or M Economic in terms of masters is 1988. One of the earliest program in the university that have received full accreditation from MQA is Masters of Science in Marketing, which is undergoing a restructuring at the moment. Hopefully by maybe next year we can introduce a new structure altogether, more of a complying with the mixed mode requirement. Okay, so our study period, well, this is along the line with the rest of the university, I guess. Our teaching semesters are only the long semesters, which is semester 1 and semester 2. We don't have semester 3 for postgraduate programs. We are expecting students to do their research during semester 3. That's our expectation. What tends to happen, however, is our students disappear in semester 3, which is, I think it's running in the summer semesters if you are at the other foreign universities. In semester 3, majority of our academics, the supervisors and whatnot are available. They are freer. They don't have classes. So if you want to catch them, it's a good idea to catch them in semester 3. This is not like the undergraduate where certain undergraduates go home in semester 3. We're hoping that our postgraduate students actually stay and do their research and get into progress in whatever research work that they're doing. Okay, so program structure, let me talk about the master's degree first. We have 4 master's degrees, and as you can see, we have a different program structure there. We have mixed mode for 2 master's degree, which is accounting and finance. Finance have got two modes. One is coursework, one is mixed mode. The key difference in our mixed mode for accounting and finance is that the research will be 70% of your total credit value. Okay. Marketing, I haven't put a classification there because we are going through a revamp. Hopefully by next semester, we will introduce a totally new structure, which is going to be a mixed mode structure, where 50% of the time you'll be spending doing coursework and 50% you'll be spending doing research. Okay. So this is our population for the master's program. We have total 184 students as of right now. Masters of Finance is our superstar master's program.
Dr. Azura, sorry for interrupt. This is Shakira.
Yes.
The slide, your slide is now still at KENMS PG academic team. We haven't seen the other slides.
Well, it's not working. I don't know why it's not working. I think I have to log off and come in. Or do you just want me? Can you see this?
No, the slide is now missing.
Okay. What do you do with technology?
Maybe reshare again, Doctor. Reshare again.
Can you see? Do you see this?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, do you see it in presentation mode now?
We see the PowerPoint mode still, not the slides mode, not the slideshow mode. But we can see the master student population now.
Okay, so you can see all this.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, so there's something wrong either in my end or your end where I can't get into the presentation mode. You can see that?
Yeah, see.
PowerPoint mode or presentation mode?
PowerPoint mode.
Never mind.
Never mind, Doctor. As long as we can see the slide moving,
Just
then okay.
this is the road to the master's program if you're doing coursework. Okay. MSc Economics, because they do have a research paper, you do have to appoint a supervisory committee after you completed your courses and you get a 3-point CGPA of 3 point and above. The next one is looking at the mixed mode, roadmap to the mixed mode. How do you get to graduation? Okay, so you have this is for marketing, finance mixed mode, and accounting mixed mode. Okay, so you do have a dissertation. Well, the marketing one is a little bit smaller at the moment, but in the future it's going to be as big as both finance as well as accounting. Okay. Let me just show you this. We do have a study plan on how you can achieve GOT. It is possible. This is for all the master's program that we have. I know you can't see it. The best thing for you to do when you enroll in the program is for you to come and see us and get advice from us, from the PG unit. We are either the postgraduate coordinator is the one that can advise you the best, or the PG unit itself. Unfortunately, based on our experience, a lot of our students get advice from other people, and because of that, the DOT is something that is kind of elusive. You come and see us, then we will discuss how you can actually get a GOT for your master's degree. Okay, so introducing this is the entry requirement for the master's program. Okay, of course, if you're IIUM graduate, you don't need to have the you fulfill the English requirement. Two of our master's program have got a very specific requirement, and that is Masters of Finance and Masters of Accounting. For Masters of Accounting, you if you have a professional qualification like ACCA or CIMA, which is equivalent to a degree, you can actually enter the program. Okay. This is our PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, the new one that we have just introduced. We do not have a PhD in economics anymore or in business administration anymore. What we have is a Doctor of Philosophy degree with specialization. So what it means is that your scroll will only have a Doctor of Philosophy title. Then your transcript that will come together with your scroll will tell you what is your area of specialization, and that also your PhD thesis. The Doctor of Philosophy is research mode. We went from a mixed mode to a research mode, and we do have special requirement courses, and this is taking from what Dr. Azrina said earlier. You still need to be guided. These special requirement courses is supposed to help you to do research and to actually get it done a lot earlier. And of course you have thesis, and there's no credit value associated with the degree, okay, because this is by research mode. This is a new program that we have. Our existing students are in a mixed mode program. Okay, so we have 142 existing students currently that's basically registered to the three different programs here you have. Our PhD in business administration is our superstar at the PhD level. We have about double the size of the student there compared to the other PhD program, and that's around 85 students altogether. Okay, this is the roadmap for what you need to do in order to get your Doctor of Philosophy degree. We have proposal defense. We have, of course, viva voce and your graduation. One thing that we are changing the way we do things now is to get you to focus on your research early on. We will be appointing at least your main supervisor in your first semester with us. So within the second month, my office hopefully will get your supervisor appointed. So now when you do all the courses, you actually do that courses with your research topic in mind. So when you're supposed to do, do a small study using a qualitative method, for example, you're going to be focusing on a research topic and your research area. You don't do something else that is not part of your research. Okay, so this is the GOT for PhD degree, and again what we are hoping to do by appointing the supervisor early on is that by semester, at least by the end of semester 2, you will have somewhat a good research proposal already. Okay, entry requirement for our Doctor of Philosophy program. You do need a research proposal, a short research proposal, not a comprehensive good one, just a short one for us to see what is your capability at least, so that we know what we are dealing with. Okay, this is some of the research areas that our students are doing, Masters and PhD. This is all the students that are doing SDG related research. So the next 2 slides is that. And we do have a very active PG Student Association at our Kulliyyah. And with them, since the MCO and COVID, we have organized a few things, including an audience with our academics at the Kulliyyah. Okay. Finally, let me just show you our PG students and what they're doing. You can, as Martin said, you can have a garden. You can learn about gardening at our Kulliyyah. They are very good at doing that. You can even see a picture of the produce that they are selling that. We do have quite a number. We do have regular meetings with our students. This was, of course, before the pandemic. Now we are going online. Okay. So thank you very much. That's it. I do apologize for the technology barriers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azura. There is a question. Is there any coursework program for Master of Marketing?
Yes. Yes. There is.
Yes, okay. I think we also opened the Master of Marketing by coursework in the e-admission system. So you may choose coursework mode if you apply in the e-admission. Okay, next question.
Sorry, Masters of Marketing, when we got the accreditation, the mixed mode definition wasn't released by MQA just yet. That came after our accreditation. So our Masters of Marketing by birth cert is described as a mixed mode. So that's why we are changing it to really a mixed mode now. We're doing it now.
Okay, Doctor.
So there's no coursework. But if you say that you are supposed to do coursework, yes, currently 70% coursework, 30% research. We are switching to a 50-50 combination.
Okay, I hope that's clear to Leo Swasono. Okay, and then Sister Hilwanis Hashim asks, I would like to ask regarding students who ought to take the prerequisite. Do we have to take the prerequisite subject only for the first semester, or perhaps we can also apply for other subjects? And for the research proposal, since it is recommended to be registered in semester 2, but due to prerequisite, we have to register in semester 3. Would it somehow affect the GOT?
You currently your research proposal, you can only register for it after you finish your core courses. You cannot register for it before you finish the core courses. You have to basically get a 3.0 if you're doing the core courses and whatnot before you're qualified to register for the research proposal. It does not mean that you cannot be working on your research proposal. That's why we're making the changes that we want to make. We appoint your supervisor earlier so that while you're working or while you're doing your core courses, you can focus your core courses on your research proposal. Okay, so in terms of prerequisite, it depends on the number of prerequisites that you have. If you have 2 prerequisites, for example, you can take the 2 prerequisites and combine it with your the core courses that you have to take for your program. The danger to that is that your study period will start to be counted now. But if you have more than 2 prerequisites, maybe 4, I know that we give a maximum of 4 prerequisites, especially for our economics student. Finish the prerequisite first in 1 semester. We will start counting your study period in the 2nd semester when you join the core courses for the program.
Okay, I believe that your answer also cover the question from Sister Camelia Mahayudin, yeah? Okay, Brother Sadiq is asking, is there any coursework program for Master of Accounting?
No, there's only 1 mode, which is a mixed mode, 70% research, 30% coursework.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Azura. I believe no more question at this moment. But if you have any, then please feel free to contact our virtual counter. We are still open until 4 p.m. Okay. So now, Jazakallah, Dr. Azura.
Hello, sorry, please, I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry, I have just one question.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, actually, I submitted my thesis for graduation and I haven't heard anything yet. I submitted it 1 week ago. So I just wanted to know when will I get the reply to send the binding form before it reaches CPS, because I saw that it has to be reach CPS by 4th of February.
Okay,
before
brother.
I can.
Brother Abdul Hamid, because our session
Yes.
is meant for promotion, not meant
Oh, okay.
for question regarding thesis. I'm so sorry about this. You may browse our website, a CPS website, and enter our virtual counter service. Thank you so much, Brother Abdul Hamid.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Now we Dr. Burhan, you ready? Dr. Burhan, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Now we are moving to our.
I'm ready. Pemasua.
Okay. We are moving to our next section.
Can you hear me?
Yes, doctor.
Pemasua?
Yes, but you are like breaking up.
You cannot hear me, cannot?
I can hear you, doctor.
You can't hear me? Hold on.
I can hear you, but you're breaking up.
Okay, good. My house nowadays. Okay,
Okay. So we are moving to our next section. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Burhan Ibrahim.
Yeah, but the internet is not. I'm using my hotspot, from my data.
Okay. Okay, doctor. Okay, the Deputy Dean of Postgraduate Kulliyyah of Education. He will share with us the Kulliyyah programs. So I would like to invite Dr. Burhan to begin your presentation.
Okay.
Doctor, okay ke?
Tak boleh? Tak dengar?
Cannot hear you.
Boleh?
So Dr. Burhan,
Is the line okay now? Better? Sama
better
je.
sikit. Okay.
Okay, alright. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon. Thank you, Puan Maswa from CPS. Thank you. So we have our Dean of CPS, I hope, and then Deputy Dean of CPS, Deputy Dean from the various Kulliyyah who are with us this afternoon. So it is now my turn to talk a little bit about the program that we offer at the Kulliyyah of Education. So as I'm sure you are aware where the Kulliyyah of Education is located, okay, if you sometimes go to the clinic, you know where the Kulliyyah is. It is right above the clinic. So we have 4 departments, and previously we were called the Institute of Education, but it was in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, we got the name of the Kulliyyah of Education. So let me share with you the PowerPoint presentation which I have prepared for this session. Okay. Okay, right. Can you see this? Pemasok nampak pemasok ya? Ada tak? Or am I talking alone? Okay tak?
Okay, we can see you.
Okay, okay, thank you. Please say something, because you know I'm really scared about the network which I have now at my house. You know, I have the Unify, but sometimes it does not work so well. I have to use my own data and I have to use the hotspot. All right, so welcome to the Kuliah Education. Okay, so if you are from the RK, you can see our Kuliah, okay, across our beautiful river. Okay, okay. All right, so this is the top management of the Kuliah. All right, we have our Professor Dr. Ainul Mazia as our beloved Dean. And then we have our Deputy Dean for Academic, Associate Professor Dr. Suhaila. And I am Muhammad Burhan Ibrahim, Deputy Dean for Postgraduate. And then we have Associate Professor Dr. Faiza, the Deputy Dean for Student Affairs. Yeah? Right. And of course, we have our HOD. As I mentioned, we have 4 departments. Department of Educational Leadership and Education Management and Leadership. And then we have also Department of Curriculum and Instruction. We have Department of Languages, and also we have Department of Education Psychology and Counseling. Yeah? All right. So at the Kuliah Education, we offer 2 PG programs. The first one is Doctor of Philosophy in Education. So this program was offered, we started to offer it back in 1999. And of course, our Master in Education program, we started the program, the offering of the program way back in 1990. Yeah. Of course, in the beginning, our Master Education did not have many specializations, but the number of specialization were added after we move on. Yeah. And both programs, these are MQA accredited programs. Yeah. This is just to give you the overview. Okay, of course, the data is a bit outdated. This is last year's data, if I'm not mistaken. Just to give you the overview of the distribution of areas that the students come from to the Kuliah Education doing their postgraduate program. Yeah, we have students as far as from Northern America. Okay, in fact, we have 1 PhD now from America, and we used to have 1 master students all the way from Canada. All the way from Canada, she came to study with us. Alhamdulillah. And of course, we have a lot of students from Africa. We have a lot from Southeast Asia, Central Asia. Okay, not many from Europe. We do have 1 or 2. We have many from Middle East. Okay, especially from Oman. Okay, we have quite a large number of students from Oman doing their PhD with us. Yeah. So for the master education, okay, for the master education, okay, so we have these are the specializations that we are offering at the Kuliah Education. All right. We have teaching of Arabic to non-Arabic, and then we have education management and leadership.
Dr. Burhan, we are losing you here. Dr. Burhan? Okay, we will wait for Dr. Burhan to re-enter the meeting in a short while. Okay, while waiting for Dr. Burhan to reconnect, okay,
Okay,
we can
all right.
see him now.
I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry. That's why
Okay.
the internet link is very. Just let me. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes, we can hear you, but it's still breaking up sometimes.
Okay. That's it. Tukar pula hotspot sekejap.
Okay. We are so sorry for the delay. Maybe if we have any question, because some of you is asking about the study plan for students, new students who are just being enrolled. You will be assigned the study plan once you are once you are officially the Kulliyyah students, yeah. And your subject registration, inshallah, will be done during the first week of the semester. So our classes will start on the 22nd of February, and then you may inquire to the Kulliyyah earlier on the subjects.
Okay.
But registration will be done during the first week. Okay.
Okay, right.
Welcome back.
Okay, sorry. So sorry. Okay, so we have the mixed mode. Okay, we have the coursework mode. Okay, no, I have to share this first. Sorry. Okay, can you see this? All right. So we have the mixed mode. Okay, so for the mixed mode, you will have to take 4 core courses and then 4 specialization courses. But for the 4 core courses, it will be on audit basis, yeah? Meaning you will not earn any credit hours, for the 4 core courses, okay, if you take the program under mixed mode, yeah. And then we have the coursework mode. So under the coursework mode, you will take 4 core courses, but you will earn credit hours. That is 12 credit hours altogether. And then for the 6 specialization courses, you will earn 18 credit hours, and then you will have to take 2 elective courses, and then you will have to do a directed research. So directed research is a mini thesis, yeah? So you only have to write 30 pages, okay, 30 pages plus minus, yeah, all right, for the directed research, but it will have to be written using the thesis format, yeah, with all the chapters and everything, yeah. But the number of pages is only about 30 pages plus minus, yeah. And then of course we have the research only mode, where you will take the 4 core courses, but you will not earn any credit hours. It will be on audit basis, yeah. So 100% of the evaluation for the research only mode will be on your dissertation, yeah. All right, so if you look at the number of courses that you will have to take, eh? So if you take the program under the mixed mode, okay, you will have to take 8 courses, all right. If you take the Master of Education through the coursework mode, you will have to take 12 courses, okay. You have to take 4 courses on audit basis, yeah. All right, so these are the 4 different modes that we are offering to our prospective students for the Master of Education program, yeah. And then for the Doctor of Philosophy, okay, PhD, all right, these are the area, okay, these are the areas that you can work your research on, yeah. It is not a special, there is no specialization, yeah, for PhD at the PhD level, yeah. For PhD, we do not have any specializations, but these are the area. But of course, there are many other areas, okay, that the students can work on for their thesis, okay, not limited to this title or areas that you see in the PowerPoint, yeah. There are many others. There are many subtopics, there are many sub-areas that you can work on, yeah, for your thesis or for your research work later. All right, now for the PhD program, okay, we have 2 modes, yeah. For the PhD program, we have 2 modes. The first mode is mode A. This is a mixed mode, okay, where you will do courseworks and thesis, okay. And then we have mode B, where students will write only thesis, but of course they will have to take some audit courses, yeah, for mode B, yeah. So for mode A, you will have to take courseworks and thesis, but for mode B, you will only write thesis in addition to some of the courses that you will have to take on audit basis at the beginning of your program, yeah. Okay, let us look at what mode A is all about. We have coursework and thesis, or we call it as mixed mode, yeah. Okay, so for the PhD program under mixed mode, okay, you will have to take 4 core courses, and you will earn 12 credit hours, okay. You will earn 12 credit hours, and then you will have to take 4 elective. Elective courses here means those courses that you think will assist you, will be able to help you in writing your thesis, yeah. So you will take those the 4 core courses, sorry, the 4 elective courses based on the area that you are going to work on, yeah. So you will look at the list of courses offered, and then you will identify what are the courses that will help you in writing your thesis later. You will enroll in those courses, yeah. And then of course the thesis, yeah, the thesis or the dissertation is 56 credit hours, yeah. So in total it is 80 credit hours. So this is for the mixed mode, yeah, this is for the mixed mode, yeah. And then just to share with you what the core courses, what are the core courses that the students will have to take, okay, if you are taking the PhD in education through mixed mode, yeah. The courses are applied advanced statistics for educational research, okay. So we are one of the few Kulliyyah, yeah, that offers advanced statistics at the PhD level, okay. So sometimes students from other Kulliyyah, they come and request to join the classes because in their Kulliyyah, the advanced statistics at the PhD level are not offered, yeah, okay, for some Kulliyyah, but many Kulliyyah are doing it, but not all Kulliyyah, okay. So sometimes, like for example, when I teach, I will have some students coming from other Kulliyyah who request to join the class, yeah. So they will sit in and they will just listen, okay. And then we have advanced qualitative research. So when you see the word advanced, meaning that you must take the prerequisite, meaning you must take statistics at the master level and also qualitative research at the master's level, okay. If you have not taken this at your master's level, you will have to take the courses or the course as prerequisite, yeah? Meaning you cannot go straight to advanced without having the master's level statistics or qualitative, yeah, qualitative research. And then we have Islamization of education, and then we have issues in education. So these are the 4 core courses that all students under mixed mode must enroll in, yeah? You must enroll in these 4 core courses if you are taking the PhD in education through mixed mode, yeah? All right, then for elective courses, just like I said, so students are required to take any 4 of the listed courses which are relevant to their research interests, yeah? So they take any 4, okay. So the 4 that you will choose depends on what you are going to be working on, yeah, for your thesis or for your research work later, okay. Okay, now for research, sorry, for mixed mode students, yeah, for mixed mode students, they also have to go through this so-called qualifying examination, okay. They will have to go through this so-called qualifying examination, okay. So what is this exams all about? Now this exam you will sit before you present your proposal, okay. Before you present your proposal, you must pass this exam first, meaning after you have taken all the courses, okay, after you have taken all the courses, you will have to sit for this qualifying exam, okay. After you have completed and passed the qualifying exam, then only you will defend your proposal, okay. You will not be able to defend your proposal before sitting for this exam. Only after you have passed the qualifying exam, you can then be allowed to defend your proposal, yeah. Now the examination are given on the 3 areas, okay. One is your own area, the research area, okay, the area that you are going to research on, the content. Another is on Islamization, and the third would be on the methodology, okay. So normally the students will be given over the weekend to do it, or overnight, okay, to work on the questions, okay. All right, so you will be given ample time, okay, to do the questions, right. Unlike in the past, okay, in the past, qualifying examination is regarded to be one of the toughest, because the student will have to sit in the room, okay, with no disturbance from anyone. Okay, they will sit in a room assigned by the PG office, and they will be given the paper, and they will sit there until they finish. Okay, sometimes they take about 6 hours, sometimes it takes about 8 hours, okay, to finish the whole thing. But now the students can take the questions and do it overnight or over the weekend. Okay, all right. So this is one of the requirements, okay, if you are taking your PhD in education through mixed mode. Yeah, mixed mode. Right. All right. Now this is for research mode. Okay, for research mode or mode B. Okay. So we have two requirements. Okay, we have two major requirements. So requirement one, you will have to take the 3 core courses. Okay, we call it fundamental, postgraduate fundamental courses. There are 3, okay, and the 3 courses are Islamization, compulsory, advanced qualitative, compulsory, and then advanced statistics, compulsory. So these are the 3 courses, the 3 courses that you will have to take if you are doing research only for your PhD. Okay, all right, and you will not earn any credit, okay, for the 3 subjects that you are going to enroll in. Okay, all right. So previously, like a year or 2 before this, you are given a choice whether you take qualitative or quantitative together with Islamization. Okay, Islamization is a compulsory thing, but you are given a choice, okay, whether you go for qualitative with Islamization or quantitative with Islamization. But with the new structure that the Senate has recently approved and endorsed, all PhD students must take qualitative and quantitative together with Islamization. It is no longer an option. Okay? It is no longer something that you can choose. You must take both qualitative and quantitative, yeah, together with Islamization. That is requirement number 1. Requirement number 2 is the postgraduate research colloquium. So this postgraduate research colloquium is actually a proposal defense session, but it is more formalized in a way that before the student defend their proposal will be sent to examiner, external and internal. So there will be 2 examiners, internal and external, on the proposal that they have completed. After we have received the report, the feedback from the external and the internal, then only we will call the student for the proposal defense session. Okay, so this postgraduate research colloquium is actually a proposal defense session, but it is made more formalized as it involves external and internal assessors. Yeah? But for the mixed mode, your proposal defense only takes place before your committee members. Okay, there is no formal session for your defense proposal if you are doing mixed mode. Okay, your proposal defense session will only be carried out before your committee. Yeah, so no external or internal examiners involved. But for the research only, you have the external, you have the internal. Okay, external meaning outside of the university. Yeah, so these 2 assessors will give the report on the proposal, and then you will then defend your proposal, and then you will be given pass with major, pass with minor, okay, or redo your proposal defense. Okay, all right. So it is almost similar to Viva, but it is for the proposal. Okay. Okay. And then nomination of supervisor. Okay, so you nominate your supervisor, co-supervisor by the end of the first semester. Okay, and nowadays flexibility is given to students who can actually get your major supervisor from outside the kuliah. Yeah, from outside the kuliah. Right. Okay. All right. I think that's about all, Puan Maswa, about the postgraduate program at the Kuliah Education. So I'm ready for any questions.
Okay. One sister, Nur Arifah binti Samad, asked. She said that I'm a PhD student with research only mode, with no background in education except experience in teaching. May I join courses that are not in my study plan without registration? If yes, how can I join the class?
Okay, so that is more of budi bicara with the lecturer lah. Yeah. So so you can just approach the lecturer. Okay, you don't have to register. Okay, because if you feel that the subject is important and can help you with your research, which kuliah are you in now, sister?
I think it's Kuliah of Education.
Yes.
Then you just enter lah. You just enter. It's okay. You just approach the lecturer. Okay, you just enter, approach the lecturer, and then request to sit in. You don't have to register lah. Okay, you quietly do so. Okay, all right. Yes.
I can vouch that lecturers in Kuliah of Education, they are all very, very helpful.
Yeah, see, okay. We have the living proof.
Yeah, you can approach them whenever you feel like you need assistance and everything, so that they because they are our teacher anyway. They are very, very, very accommodating as well.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Burhan, for the session.
Thank you. So sorry for the technology lah. So sorry. All right.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are going to we move to our next kuliah, which is the kuliah of sciences. Okay, and I can say that this is the only representative from Kuantan campus who dare to take the challenge. Okay, and then we would like to invite our professor, associate professor, Dr. Nurmawati binti Muhammad Noor, the Deputy Dean of Postgraduate Kuliah of Science. Silakan, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Maswa. So, Assalamualaikum. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you all. Yep. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my screen, yeah? Okay, I'm from Kuliah of Science. Okay, so let me introduce first Kuliah of Science. So before this, all of you are in IIUM Gombak, which is somewhere in here. So now we move to another side of Peninsula Malaysia in Kuantan, Pahang. So Kuliah of Science is located at IIUM Kuantan, Pahang. And this map showing the area view of Kuliah of Science, which is one of the biggest kuliah in Kuantan campus. So our PG office, so including me, and I have one executive officer, which is Brother Azim Abdul Razak, and also Sister Norazila Muhammad Noor, will help you if you join us, inshallah. And in our kuliah, altogether we have 6 departments. So we have departments of biotechnology, department of Computational and Science, Department of Chemistry, Department of Physics, Department of Marine Science, and Department of Plant Science. So because we have altogether 6 departments, so from each department we have a postgraduate coordinator. So underneath here we have 6 PG coordinator. So when you join us, you will have a very close relationship with the PG coordinator. And this is what we have in Kulliyyah of Science. So we are offering Master of Science. So for your information, in Kulliyyah of Science, all we have are in research. We don't have any mixed mode, or we don't have any taught course for now. So we only have a research. So we are offering Master of Science, and we are specialization in biotechnology, bioscience, physics, marine science, and also plant science. So we have also Marine of Science in Computational and Theoretical Science, and Master of Science in Chemistry. And for PhD, more or less similar. So we have a PhD specialization in biotechnology, bioscience, physics, marine science, and plant science. Also, we have a PhD in Computational and Theoretical Science, and also Doctor of Philosophy in Science. But this one, Doctor of Philosophy in Science is more to chemistry. So this is the normal study period, okay, for Master and PhD. So Master full-time is actually for 2 years, a normal duration, but can go for 3 years. And for PhD, the normal duration is 3 years and can go for 6 years. And also we have the full-time and part-time of Master and PhD. So this is the enrollment of PG student in Kulliyyah of Science in 2013 to 2014. And we are seeing that the number of students is increasing. Only in 2019 to 2020, so a little bit decreased maybe because of the COVID-19. But more or less we have stable Master and PhD enrollment in Kulliyyah of Science. So we're also offering fast track admission into PhD program, whereby for a student who graduated with first class student from undergraduate, we can offer them to have fast track directly go to PhD. And so far we have 3 applications, and all the 3 applications have been approved, and now they have started in their first fast track study. And we also have upgrading students from Master Science to PhD. And so far we have 4 applications because they really would like to go to PhD, and also they found out that their study can upgrade into the PhD level. And for Kulliyyah of Science, we have, because we are science-based, so we have a laboratory facilities. So this is among some of the facilities that we have. For example, we have ICP-MS, GCMS, and also GEL documentation. Besides that, Kulliyyah of Science also is supported by two institute or department. The first one is Institute of Oceanography and Maritime Study, or the name in short form is INOSEM. So this is especially for the student who take a master or PhD in marine science. So they have the facilities here. They offer the facilities. For example, they have the hatchery facilities for those who would like to have stock management, fish rearing, sea bass, grouper, and marine caliper to grow them for their study. We have wet laboratory facilities. We have scuba diving equipment. We have boat service, drone, and oceanography equipment. And another department is actually CREAM, or stand for Central Research and Animal Facilities. So this center actually, they have a good facilities, and their facilities have been, they put in different sections. So for example, here they have microbiology section or CREAM. So they have all these facilities. And then they have general sections. They have microscopy sections with all different kind of microscopy. And they have cell culture sections. And also they have more than this. And also they provide a postgraduate launch at CREAM for those, PhD students who use their facilities, so they can go for launch, they can apply for launch. They will provided study table with locker, pantry, and its air conditioner area. And beside CREAM, Kuliah of Science also, we have 2 rooms for postgraduate students. One in the biological building and another one in physical building. So among the achievement of Kuliah of Science, we have one student, PhD students that recently graduated on time, and the special about the program that these students has go actually, he has gone through joint supervision with supervisor from Paris and also from IIUM. And he has spent 18 months in France and 18 months in Malaysia. So he also has been awarded as the best student award for PhD for in 2000 last 2 years actually. And beside that, the activities for the PG student, we also have a postgraduate colloquium. Okay, we have 3-minute thesis, and we have during the PG colloquium, we have innovation where students will put up the innovation that they have, and we call the judge, actually internal judge, and also external to see what they have done, and also we have poster presentation. So during this time, we can also observe what is the progress of the students. So I think that's all from Kuliah of Science, and I'm happy to have any question from you all. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Norma, for the presentation. Okay, so far there's no question on the chat box, and we may keep the question until later or for our virtual counter. Okay, and inshallah we will also share Kuliah of Science information later if requested by students. Okay, last but not least, our last kuliah for today. They are supposed to present in the morning, but because Dr. Hafiz is having some meeting, another meeting during that time, so we shift his presentation to the afternoon session. Okay, is from International Institute of Halal Research and Training. In short, is INHAT. Okay, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Hafiz bin Muhammad Maifia to do the presentation. Okay, silakan Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Maswa. I hope we have more students than staff, inshallah. So for this presentation, inshallah, should be very brief and very quick, inshallah. So I will briefly talk about our institute, which is what we call as INHAT. So in the long name, it's the International Institute for Halal Research and Training. Okay, a bit on the locations of our institutes for everyone's information. Actually, we are sharing the building with KICT, our brothers, KICT. So our office is at level 3. So for those who haven't visited INHAT before, this is our office for your information. Okay, so we have only one office at KICT, and then we have our laboratories at KOE and at the same level at KICT also. Okay, so this is the features of our office at KICT. So a bit on history about INHAT. So we actually established in 2006, formerly known as Halal Industry Research Center. So for your information, this is formed, INHAT was formed basically by a group of researchers from Kuliah of Engineering. And then Alhamdulillah, through their efforts, INHAT, as you can see now, has been established as an institute. Okay, and then in 2011, we have get endorsement from the Senate, followed by the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Higher Education, Alhamdulillah. And as you can see that this year, Alhamdulillah, we are celebrating our 10 years anniversary. So we are planning quite a number of programs in our calendar. Inshallah, we will announce our programs later in our Facebook and other in our websites, inshallah. Okay, so a bit on the organizational chart. Okay, as you can see that INHAT actually is a very small institute. You can see that our chat is very small. So our dean is Professor Dr. Hamzah Muhammad Saleh. And then we have 3 units under INHAT. We have Academic and Student Affairs, which is under Associate Professor Dr. Yumi Zuhanis. And then we have Responsible Research, Publications and Innovations under Professor Dr. Azura. And then we have another one, which is Special Projects Unit, which is under Professor Moha Asri. So this is the units that we have under INHAT. Okay, basically we only offer postgraduate programs at INHAT. We are not offering any undergraduate programs. Okay, so basically most of our students is on PG students. Okay, I would like to share about INHAT expertise also here. So if you can see that we have, as I mentioned, Prof. Hamzah, and then Professor Irwandi Jaswir. I'm not so sure whether you're aware or not that Professor Irwandi previously has been won the award, what we call King Faisal Awards, the international award, Alhamdulillah. So, and then we have Professor Azura. She has produced some products from her research. Bromelain, for example, the cream cheese, halal cream cheese. And then also we have Professor Moha Asri, which she's the experts in SMEs industries. And then also we have Associate Professor Dr. Yumi Zuhanis Hashim. She's working on natural products, more specifically on the Agawards projects. Okay, so these are some of the experts that we have at INHAT. So if you can see that at INHAT, we don't have any specific disciplines. So we have the integrated knowledge and disciplines at INHAT. We have people from science background and we have people from the non-science backgrounds. Okay, I will further explain about that later, inshallah. And then these are our teams. So if you can see that most of the INHAT staff are quite young, below 40, alhamdulillah. So if you can see, these are the some of the list of INHAT staff. Okay, and then these are the academic staff and the admin staff. So in total at INHAT, we have about 22 academic staff, and then we have a few associates from other kuliah, okay, to help our projects. So if you want to look further into our experts, you can visit our website here. Okay, what are we doing at INHAT? So if you ask me, so actually at INHAT, we are doing so many things. So if you can see from my slides here, we have academic programs, we are doing research, we are doing training, consultancy, and then international halal audit and certifications. And of course, we also actively engage with the awareness programs. Okay. So before we further discuss on the activities, I would like to also emphasize on our objective, mission, and visions. So as you can see that INHAT is to provide a platform for IIUM to assist the government's aspirations to put Malaysia as the global halal hub and to assist halal industry efforts globally. And then our visions is to become a renowned international halal center of excellence that inspires humanity with halal lifestyles. So how to achieve these visions is through education and then through research, training, consultancy related to halal industry to the nations and beyond. So meaning that our missions and visions is basically beyond the countries. for international purpose. Okay, so coming back into the activities, if you can see here that we have academic programs, which are the postgraduate programs. So we have PhD and masters, and then also we also collaborating with other kuliah, which is kuliah IRKHS offering Bachelor of Halal Industry Management. So that program is not under us, but belong to kuliah of IRK. So we also actively engage in many kind of research. If you can see here that we have divided the scope of the research into science and non-science research. Okay, so I will explain this one also further. And then for your information, we also actively engage in training. We are also the training provider for JAKIM courses. Okay, so for those who would like to engage in few courses, for example, Halal Certified Executive, so you can contact INHAD to attend the training. For the consultancy also, we are actively engaged with the industry, especially in the area of tourism, hospitality. So we give the advice to the industry in terms of the halal and tayyib advice lah. Okay, and then also before this, we very active doing certifications, not in Malaysia but outside Malaysia. So we have certified some companies in Taiwan, some companies in, if I'm not mistaken, in Japan also. Okay, and then last but not least, of course, we are very active doing public programs, halal awareness programs. Okay, for these presentations, perhaps I would like to emphasize more on our postgraduate programs. Okay, so as I mentioned before, at INHAD we only offer postgraduate programs. So we have PhD programs, we have the master's programs. So for masters we have two programs, Mahim and Mahis. Okay, so next, this is our programs. So for masters we have Mahim, what we call it as a Master of Halal Industry Management. So we offer now full research, and then the latest one is the mixed mode programs. And then the other type of master's program is on the Master of Science, Halal Industry Science. So the difference between these two programs is basically for Mahim program is targeted for students, those who are from social science background or Sharia backgrounds. And then for Mahis or Master of Science, Halal Industry Science, particularly for students who those who are working on experimental labs. Okay, so meaning that at INHAD we are integrating these two kind of knowledge. Okay, and then for PhD we are offering PhD in halal industry, comprised of both disciplines lah, science and non-science. Okay, so previously we have only full research mode programs, but just last semester we offered the new programs, which is Mahim in mixed mode programs. Okay. So this is the announcements that we shared before. So as I mentioned that the last semester 1, that we offered this type of programs, this kind of mode program for Master of Halal Industry Management. Okay, so apart from that, we also offer the courses to other students that outside the INHAD programs. So meaning that for those who are from the kuliah also can join our courses lah. So we offer the free elective courses under INHAD. Okay. So I think for the entry requirement, this one is applied same from the postgraduate regulations, the general regulation from the CPS. So for masters, they need to have at least a bachelor degree. If I'm not mistaken, the minimum is 2.75. And then we also receive, if you have less than the minimal requirement, still we can consider you based on certain criteria, inshallah. And then for PhD program, of course, you need to have the bachelor degree and the master's degree. And then for the full research program, of course, you need to submit also a research proposal. For the research proposal, is basically very minimal research proposal. This one is just for the application purpose, because during the programs, you also need to refine your research proposal. Okay. And then for the English language requirement, of course, this will be followed by the standard requirements by the IIUM. I assume that the previous presenters has deliberated this very well. Okay. And then this is the new offer by the CPS, by the IIUM, Alhamdulillah, on remote supervisions. I'm not so sure whether this has been highlighted before, but perhaps this one is quite interesting because the students from anywhere can do the research. So for those who are taking full research or coursework, they can do this kind of remote supervisions. Since this time we will have full online teaching and learning. So I assume that this remote supervision is perhaps the best way to conduct your studies. Okay. So for further information, perhaps you can contact CPS later on this. And then next is on the offered by CPS. Of course, we want to highlight that for this semester 2, 2020 and 2021, there will be reductions in fees, inshallah, by the IIUM. So the fees that you required to pay, I assume will be slightly less compared to the before semester. Okay, and also at INHAT, we also offer some scholarship to the students. So as you can see that we offer some monetary to the students. Okay, so at least they have some encouragement to further their studies at INHAT, inshallah. So coming back into our program structure, as I mentioned, we have full research MAHIM programs, and then MAHIS is for research and PhD in for research. So at INHAT, basically we offered 6 courses. So if you can see that we divided it into INHAT required courses, meaning that the students need to take these 3 courses at INHAT. And then the second type is on the INHAT recommended courses. So we highly recommend those students to take the additional courses. This one actually just to give the overview or the general background on the halal industry, because we receive a lot of students from various backgrounds. So at least we want to make sure that the student can have same understanding on the halal industry at least. Okay, so for those who are taking study at INHAT, so you are highly recommended to take this kind of courses. And then of course, the third one is on the research or thesis. So as you can see that our program is on full research, so the full weightage will be based on your thesis for this kind of mode of programs. So next on the MAHIM mixed mode programs, so basically we have the core courses and the elective courses. So for core courses, we have about 6 courses to be completed, and then we have another additional 1 elective courses. So any from this list, you can choose any from this list. And then we have dissertations. So you can see that the weightage is 50-50 between courses and the dissertations for MAHIM mixed modes. Okay, what research that you can do at INHAT? You can do anything as long as the research is related to halal industry. Okay, so in the beginning of the presentation, I showed to you that we have these 3 types of research areas. So if you can see that you can embark on the alternative materials and ingredients. Second one is the authentications and sensors. And then the third one is more on towards the social science, which for example, you can do research on Sharia. You can do on the management, marketing, or any contemporary halal issues. So I listed here the example of the research that you can go on when you are pursuing your postgraduate studies at INHAT. Okay, so what I can say that the popular one, for example, the tourism and hospitality. So we are looking for Muslim-friendly tourism, for example. Okay, so if you join INHAT, then you can have a wider perspective on the research areas that you can explore at INHAT. Okay, so then is on the graduation requirements. I assume that this one is the standards for all the kuliah. So for the full research, of course, you need to pass your thesis and meet the publication requirements. Okay, and then for the Mahim mixed mode programs, you need to achieve CGPE. The evaluation will be based on your CGPA for the Mahim mixed mode. Okay, so next is on the current students that we have so far, Alhamdulillah. So we started our academic programs 2014, and then until about 100 students in total. And then we to get more students from the international because as you're aware that our names itself said International Institute. Perhaps we should work hard to get more international students later, inshallah. Okay, that's our plans for the future. So Alhamdulillah, the trend is increasing now perhaps because of we are offering the Mahim mixed modes. So the student have some options whether they want to choose for full research or mixed modes later in their program studies. So far, Alhamdulillah, we have about 4 batches of graduates from INHAT, Alhamdulillah. So you can see the trend from our graph here. Okay, so next is on our alumni. So you can see that in total we have so far 47 graduates from INHAT. So some of them are working as lecturers because nowadays the halal industry, some things like very, very demanding currently. So if you can see that many new colleges now, they are offering this kind of programs, halal industry, halal management. So our students, they have got this opportunity to be a lecturer at these institutes. Okay, some of them being come into professionals, and then industries becomes executive, okay, and then advisory, and then the business and entrepreneurships. So these are types of jobs employability that the students can explore after completed their study at INHAT. Okay, so next I would like also to share some activities that we have conducted at INHAT. Okay, so you can see that we are very active in CSR programs pertaining to halal awareness programs. We do this locally and internationally. Okay, and then you can see here the student trips and visits. So we expose the students to the industries. So the student at least they have some kind of they can relate the halal industry with the real industry. Okay, and then we also of course we involve in conferences and symposiums. So next, I also would like to share on our projects on INSAF, which led by Professor Azura. So integrated and sustainable agricultural farming projects. So basically, we want to inculcate the good farming practice. So we prepare we select a few locations inside the IIUM, then we some vegetables, for example. So we want to educate our students how the good farmings that can be integrated with halal and tayyib. So we want to show that halal and tayyib can be applied everywhere. Okay. So this the project can be joined by everyone. It's open to everyone. Okay. So these are some of the seminar series that we have conducted in 2020. So for your information, we actively engage with the industry. So we call the industry to give some talks. So meaning that the student is not only sit or learn the theory part, they also being exposed from the industry part. Okay. So these are some of the trainings and public talks. Okay, some of our lectures also being invited as a speakers in IIUM or radio IIUM. Okay, so next is on our success. I would like to share some of our success at INHAD. So if you can see that Prof. Irwandi being selected as a outstanding personal achievement in halal industry. And then the second one, you can see that our researcher have been granted quite a big grant before by the ISDB. Okay, and then the recent achievement is our institute has been recognized as the Halal R&D Excellent Award by the HDC in the last conference, World Halal Conferences. Okay, these are some of the success at INHAD. Okay, and then I think last but not least, we also actively involved in many publications. And then for this Halal Safe Year is our new journals. So everyone's invited to submit their papers at our journals. And then we also actively involved in writing a book. For example, this one is Dr. Yumi. She translate this book into English versions. Okay, and then this one is the article written by INHAD staff. Okay, meaning that we are actively involved in teaching and learning in addition to other activities, public activities. Okay, I think that's all from me. From INHAD, I think thank you very much. If you have any questions to ask.
Okay, I think we have one question on the chat box. How to apply for sponsorship as mentioned earlier for Mahim, Doctor?
Sponsorships?
Yes.
Basically, that is not the sponsorship. It's just a what I call scholarship, small scholarships to the students who enroll at INHAD. So meaning that they have the opportunity to get that kind of scholarships if they enroll at INHAD. It's not a full sponsorship, but it's a kind of one-off sponsorships from INHAD.
Okay, but how to apply, Doctor? Is there any form available to fill in or macam mana? Dia enroll dulu ke?
Yes, the students must enroll first, and then we announce the scholarships later in our groups. So we are very active in our WhatsApp groups at INHAD.
Okay. Okay, Doctor. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I think I can add another product, halal product that produced by IIUM. I just read our IIUM announcements this morning that we are producing also a toothpaste made from virgin coconut oil. Is it right?
Yes.
Okay. So wait for the product later on the supermarket shelf, inshallah. Okay. We will can't wait to try our own product. Okay. We would like to thank you to all your participation, students and staff today. Okay, and to all the presenters, all the deputy deans of the Kulliyyah. I could say that so much information had been shared today. And especially on program structure, I find it very useful for me as the person who are going to answer student questions regarding admissions, regarding program structure, regarding programs at the Kulliyyah. And I hope that this can be shared with us so that we may give the correct information to the students. Okay. And I can say that helped us to understand more of the programs offered by Kulliyyah. Okay, inshallah we will share the recording of this program in our Facebook and other social media available. And thank you once again. Until we meet again next session. And also we hope to see you as our postgraduate students in IIUM. We'll end our session today by reciting Tasbih Kifarah and Surah Wal As.